Right, it's just always almost the board meeting. All right, I am recording.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, the time being 5 p.m., I'd like to call to order the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board's regular meeting for May the 20th, 2020. I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne.
Here.
Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner Hassan.
Here.
Commissioner Severson.
Present.
Commissioner Meyer.
Here.
Commissioner French.
Here.
Commissioner Forney.
Here.
Vice President Vita.
Present.
President Cogill.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I'll ask now for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do I have any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll on the approval of the agenda.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
The agenda carries. Moving on, I'd like a motion to approve the minutes for Wednesday, May the 6th, 2020. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the minutes for Wednesday, May the 6th, 2020? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll on approving the minutes.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney. Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
The minutes for Wednesday, the 6th have been approved. Moving on to reports of officers, I will turn it over to our superintendent, Superintendent Bangora. Take it away.
All right. Well, thank you, President Cogill and Commissioners. It's great to see everybody. Welcome. I will start off with, of course, today's updates of the wonderful work that we're doing across the park system. The first to start with is recreation volunteers. So we are recruiting and onboarding for volunteer tennis ambassadors is underway. In youth sports, badminton equipment has been ordered to offer modified badminton opportunities along with the ambassador program. Golf course clubhouses are preparing to open with limited occupancy as a result of the change of the governor's orders. Golf courses have been extremely busy and have adjusted policies to ensure social distancing and safety for patrons and staff. Recreation centers and programs. Recreation centers are working with the Minneapolis Institute of Arts to continue our commitment to create access to art making and connecting young people across the city to local artists and new skills. Programs will be adapted to fit the safety needs of our public, artists, and staff. The MPRB's ambassador program continues to run with an average of 65 staff per day, covering almost 70 locations around the city, recording attendance, encouraging social distancing behavior, and representing the MPRB. Thank you to the ambassador program and all the staff for all that you do every day and the work you're providing for the Minneapolis residents and park visitors. Thank you very much. Youth development. Teen TeenWorks is recruiting youth for 75 positions. If you know anybody or any person who may be interested, please have them reach out to our staff. So we're in full swing with that, so please reach out. Wonderful opportunity for our youth in the summer. Full Service Community Schools. Full Service Community Schools hosted its first virtual community connections meeting. A variety of parents, students, administrators, and staff attended the meeting. All 3 full-service community schools in MPS had members presented. This meeting will continue to occur every Wednesday for the remainder of the school year, with hopes to continue into the summer. Forestry Department. Now that the Commons is under MPRB's control, forestry staff are learning about the complex infrastructure supporting over 200 trees. While the trees are still under warranty, Craig Pincala, he's the Forestry Preservation Coordinator, was on hand to oversee contractors and document the process of replacing 4 trees that did not survive transplanting. Asset management. Maintenance staff have been hard at work helping park users with signage to help navigate social distancing guidelines. Additionally, the ongoing maintenance tasks and summer preparedness continues. Below are some of the activities the team has taken on. For example, Franklin Steel removed the pavilion tables. They will be returned from special events as allowed by social distancing guidelines. Close the restrooms, which will reopen for special events, again, as allowed by social distancing guidelines, and added new wood chips to the play areas. 2 times weekly pressure washing of the pavilion and plaza concrete areas. Seed and aerate the turf last fall, and repaired the splash pad and daily grounds attention. We're really grateful for the efforts of the MEO, Brian Ansel, who used old truck mud flaps, bolts, and a drill to make hinges. A cost-saving operation allowed MPRB to save on over $3,400 replacement cost of 10 totters or trash cans and have them back in rotation. So that's ingenuity at hand, taking really some used parts and repairing our trash cans. And I'm not sure if there's pictures showing. I don't see any on my end, so my apologies if you don't see any of the visuals. I can see you. Environmental management. We're excited to share the fabrication of the new nature in the city exhibit in the Kronig Interpretive Center in North Mississippi Regional Park is underway. The project was funded by the LCCMR and the Mississippi Watershed Management Organization, City of Minneapolis Public Works, and the MPRB. There's a few photos, which again, I don't know if they're up, of the River Shore diorama that is being created, and the installation work will occur this summer. Let's see here. The Parks for All planning. The Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board, MPRB, is excited to announce the Parks for All virtual park summit, a week-long series of online activities, events, and conversations designed to share and collect feedback on draft policy recommendations that will set MPRB priorities and policy direction for the next decade. What is Parks for All? Parks for All is the MPRB's 2021 comprehensive plan, which will guide everything done by the organization over through the next decade. It articulates why the MPRB exists, identifies how the MPRB performs its work, and describes what the MPRB hopes to become. Since Parks for All launched in 2019, the MPRB has collected an enormous amount of community feedback from the park dream boxes placed in every recreation center, online surveys, text messages, in-person events, and advisory groups like the Community Advisory Committee, Youth Design Team, focus groups, 7 topical work groups, and the Community Collaborators Program. So how can you participate in the virtual Park Summit? Originally scheduled as a day-long in-person event, the Park Summit shifted online to accommodate the need for social distancing during the COVID-19 pandemic. There's something happening every day between Tuesday, May 26th, and Tuesday, June 2nd. So find something that works for you and get involved. We really are counting on it. How participate in the Park Summit, check out the draft policy recommendations online between May 26th. They'll be available as videos and written recommendations on the virtual Park Summit webpage. Share your thoughts and connections, gaps, and differences in an online survey or community comment board, which will be available at the virtual Park Summit webpage when the summit opens. Attend a virtual office hours session with via Zoom or Facebook Live with NPRB staff to ask questions, share thoughts, or to learn more about the Parks for All process. Links will be available on Virtual Parks Summit webpage and Parks for All Facebook page when the summit opens. Join the Parks for All virtual listening sessions on Tuesday, June 2nd, 5 to 7 o'clock p.m. to share your thoughts with other park users, the work groups, the Community Advisory Committee, NPRB commissioners, project staff, or the youth design team. The listening sessions will be held via Zoom and Facebook Live. The links are available on Virtual Park Summit webpage when the summit opens. So information and the Parks for All Summit is available in Spanish, Somali, and Hmong. A lot of information, but it's really important as this will guide us to the future. So please get involved and participate. Armitage Park, improvement survey available through May 29th. Please take a few minutes to share your opinions and ideas about outdoor improvements at Armitage Park. The survey results will help Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board staff to prioritize play area and other site improvements. The survey is open through May 29th and is expected to be the first in a series on prioritizing and designing improvements. Cedar Riverside Recreation Center pre-design. The Community Advisory Committee, the CAC meeting in May and June have been postponed until the fall. Once state and local governments consider in-person engagement in their COVID-19 pandemic guidelines, new meeting dates will be announced. Quick note, these meeting delays do not impact plans to apply for state bond funding in the future Recreation Center design and construction project. Stay tuned for more information on a virtual event open house and project update for the community slated for June 16th. Really important involvement there also, so please get involved. So a quick thing on the Cedar Lake blue-green algae bloom. So staff investigated a citizen report of a red substance on the south side of Cedar Lake on March 30th. By April 11th, the substance was present on the north side of the lake near Brownie Lake. Staff's investigation found no indication of a spill or unusual discharge from the storm sewers. Staff's initial field assessment of substance indicated an algae bloom, which was confirmed when a sample was examined under a microscope and determined to be plain toxorix. I said that probably wrong, so I apologize. Laboratory testing performed last week indicated that the algae, a species that is closely related to what has been identified previously in Cedar Lake. Conditions present in the lake during April and May optimize the opportunity for growth of this species of algae. Initial research suggests blue algae, algal blooms of this time can be attributed to thin ice, less snow, or cool spring temperatures. Essentially, the environmental conditions in the lake suggest a worsening of water quality over time, with those conditions being opportune for this algae bloom. The image shows a microscopic slide of the red substance from the lake, now confirmed is, I'm not going to say it, Prophilia. I'll leave it at there. I'll just destroy the name, so I apologize. So the data that's collected from Cedar Lake by NPRB staff is taken every year. Data from the last 10 years shows a significantly presence of the algae in 2020 when compared to the most prevalent species recorded over the years. The other table, which again I'm not sure it shows here, shows decreasing clarity of water, a key indicator of water quality in Cedar Lake over the past 10 years. While there have been reports of dead fish during the algae bloom, staff have not been able to confirm the amount of species of the dead fish. There's currently a carp fish kill occurring at the chain of lakes. When a fish kill is all one species, it typically indicates a link to disease. Staff are meeting with representatives of the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District to investigate the algae bloom, as well as staff from the city of Minneapolis and the Southwest LRT project. At this point, there are no known or recorded discharges of sediment from the Southwest LRT project, which in any case would be unlikely to cause the algae bloom. In addition, the project's dewatering activities occurred several months before the algae bloom and in a location that is downstream of where the red substance was first seen. MPRB water quality staff, including Deb Pilger and Rachel Crabb, are leading this work. Investigations are ongoing with MPRB and the MCWD staff working as lead roles. Staff continue to collect water quality data and track the extent of the algae. The Southwest LRT project is providing its records of dewatering and other information that might be useful in narrowing the cause of the algae bloom. Water samples continue to be collected for analysis and by MPRB, contract laboratory, and the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. Staff continue to look for freshly dead fish at Cedar Lake for additional analysis. Due to the potential negative health impacts of blue-green algae blooms, the MPRB discourages people or pets from coming into contact with the water from Cedar Lake. Signs have been posted about the algae bloom around Cedar Lake, and updates are expected to be shared weekly while this bloom persists. The last thing that I'd like to say, and thank you for taking, let me get through all of that, it's a lot of information. But the last thing I'd like to also say is today was really an incredible day. Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board received the #1 park system park agency in the country by the Trust of Public Lands. And so we were at Ole Olson Park today. It was really a privilege to be with our commissioners, with President Cogill, Commissioner Forney, Vice President Vitaw. We were there with the Trust of Public Lands, Tom Evers, the mayor. It was an incredible time, and I'm really thrilled and proud of our organization for the 7th time to be the #1 park system in the country. And I will say that the Trust of Public Lands in their efforts to always to be creating parks and protecting the land and providing livable, really, communities for all residents across the U.S. is greatly appreciated, and their efforts to do all the data and the work behind this, we're really grateful and thankful. I'm really also proud of our staff and the work that they do every day. They are tireless, and our frontline staff do amazing work, and all of the staff within Park and Recreation and what they provide is really amazing, and I couldn't be more proud. I am also, when we look at what was different, last year we know that there was a population increase within the city of Minneapolis, which hurt our score. But what is really great about this is that when we look at park acquisition and strategic expansion, one of the things that was noted was the Towerside Park, the North Loop Trail link between 8th Avenue and the West Parkway, and of course the North Loop site called Tractor Works, which was, again, we're always looking at how do we expand our parks and looking how we connect our residents to our wonderful park system. So I will leave by saying I'm incredibly proud of Minneapolis Park and Recreation and what we provide to our residents every day in this amazing city and the best park system in the country. I'm so proud. And I just want to acknowledge that and say thank you for you commissioners, for your support, and to our staff for the work you do every day. So thank you.
And it is certainly an honor to be celebrated and then onward. I do have a couple of questions to go to something that's a little bit of a concern for us right now with this algae bloom. Since we don't have another spot in the agenda to talk about it, I did want to ask if there's any understanding for folks out there whether or not we could expect this to be spreading to adjacent lakes, and if that's a concern that's being monitored, and if there's anything that can be done to mitigate that.
President Cogill, Commissioners, what I would do is I'm going to ask Assistant Superintendent Barrick to give any information feedback to your question. So, Assistant Barrick, you could respond. Or, I'm sorry, we have Deb Pilger. Wonderful.
Exactly. This is Assistant Superintendent Barrick, and I do believe Deb Pilger is on this call and far more qualified to talk about the lakes.
Yes.
Yes, good evening. So, hello everyone. This is Deb Pilger, and to answer your question, Commissioner, right now we aren't seeing visible impacts of this type of algae bloom in Brownie, which is above Cedar in the chain of lakes, so we don't really have water flow from Cedar to Brownie Lake. We're not seeing a lot of evidence in this in Lake of the Isles, but we are keeping our eye on that because, as you all are aware, Cedar is connected to Isles through the Kenilworth Channel. So we haven't seen it in these other lakes right now, but we are watching for it.
Are there any potential measures that can be taken to mitigate that, or is it just wait out this toxic bloom?
Well, there aren't really measures we can take to mitigate it. Algae blooms are sometimes treated with herbicides, but that's not something we've done as an organization. We are hopeful that the warmer temperatures that are coming will warm up the temperature of the water. This algae does seem to thrive in cooler water temperatures, which is part of the reason it's sticking around so long. This spring has been cool. The water temperatures in the lakes are cool right now. We are going to get into an 80 degree stretch, hopefully coming up here soon. Some of that might cause an initial rise in algae in our lakes because the warm temps might increase growth, and there are nutrients that we just got a big nutrient load on Sunday with that rainfall. The lake turns over a couple of times a year where the cold air from the bottom moves up to the warm air at the top in the spring, and then in the fall, the vice versa happens where the warmer air moves towards the bottom. And that lake turnover is expected to help decrease kind of the hold that this algae has on the lake. So as the temperature gets warm enough to have that turnover occur, and as the wind action gets strong enough to have that turnover occur, that could help improve the conditions also.
Thank you. The last question I had on this subject right now is around identification of any potential other reasons for this starting. There have been many folks who've been concerned about the adjacent construction for the light rail line. I know that staff has been in coordination with the light rail, and it sounds as though that is clearly not a reason. Is that correct?
Questions have been raised whether or not the dewatering practices or if there's been erosion on the site that might have contributed nutrients to this problem. Those questions have been raised. The light rail construction is downstream of Cedar Lake, so that water from the dewatering, or if there was any on-site erosion that happened, would have gone into the channel and gone to Isles. So it's unlikely that it's related because Cedar is upstream from the construction area. We also know that Cedar does have groundwater sources on a regular basis that supply water to the lake. We've got a lot of groundwater interfaces. We've got groundwater springs. It's hard to say definitively but staff from the Park and Recreation Board and the Watershed District think it's highly unlikely.
Okay, thank you. I think Commissioner Forney has a question. Commissioner Forney?
Thank you, President Cogill, and thank you, Deb, for that report. I'm sorry if I missed it, but did anybody indicate that this is showing up elsewhere in the immediate, not immediate area, but let's say Minnesota or adjacent states? I mean,
That's a very good question. You know, about 4 weeks ago, we actually were seeing a similar colored substance and a similar kind of bloom at Nokomis. We didn't take specific samples of the bloom at Nokomis. It didn't last as long. It didn't kind of take over the lake as much as it has at Cedar. So we were seeing something relatively similar. We don't know if it was the exact same algal species. We are reaching out actually to see, we talked to the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District today. They said they're not aware in their district of any similar blooms, but they are going to reach out beyond their district to see if there are reports of similar blooms happening.
thank you very much, Deb, for overseeing it, and thank you, Rachel Crabb, for all your work too.
You are very welcome, and I will pass your comments on to Rachel too. She's been doing a fabulous job on investigating this.
Thank you, Ms. Pilger. Thank you, Superintendent, for the report. We're a few minutes before open time, so I'll move into our consent agenda. I'll ask for a motion for resolutions 2020-213 through resolution 2020-220. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
A motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Bourne?
Thank you, President Cogill. I would like to pull resolution 220-218.
Commissioner Bourne has requested that we pull resolution 2020-218, which is regarding the draft Southwest Service Area Master Plan. So that has been pulled. I'm hoping that I could, at this time, then move the, so the entire slate has been moved. I guess I'm asking the parliamentarian if I can move the rest of those items.
You
and
can,
then
Mr. President.
Fantastic. So is there any discussion on any other items on the consent agenda aside from 220-218? Seeing no discussion, I'll ask for the secretary to take the roll on the consent agenda resolutions 2020-213 through 2020-217, and then 2020-219 and 2020-220.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Zahn,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney, Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
The consent agenda carries with the resolution 2020-218 being removed for discussion, and we will return to that item after open time, the time being 5:30. It is time for open time. We have 6 individuals signed up for open time. And each will be allotted 1 minute. All comments submitted for this open time have been submitted in writing, so the secretary will read the comment for that allotted minute. And I will turn it over to the secretary to begin with our first speaker, who is Sherman P. Malkerson.
I was told this evening the park board may be addressing bike and pedestrian traffic on the parkways serving the chain of lakes. I walk, used to run, Lake Harriet, Lovejoy almost every day at about 6 p.m. Due to the need for social distancing during the coronavirus season, the parkway has been closed to automobile traffic and has been reserved for bike traffic and pedestrian traffic. Here is my observation. We are commingling bikes and pedestrians. This commingling is dangerous. We have pedestrians and bicycles sharing the same path. Someone is going to get hurt. Yesterday at Lovejoy, I saw a little girl on a scooter on the parkway. She fell and was almost hit by a bike. I rushed up to her and she was crying. Her mother came. All was good. I suggest that you consider closing the parkway to bike traffic, as it is just too dangerous to think that pedestrians and bikers can share the road.
Thank you, Mr. Malkerson. Our next speaker is Colette Atkins.
A statement from Colette Atkins, who is based in Minneapolis and serves as the Carnivore Conservation Director at the Center for Biological Diversity, a national nonprofit wildlife conservation organization. On behalf of the Center for Biological Diversity and our Minneapolis members, I ask commissioners to vote yes on Resolution 2020-227, which directs staff to work with wildlife services to prioritize non-lethal methods of addressing wildlife conflicts. I have submitted to the board a spreadsheet from comment letters from 272 Minnesotans, including 193 Minneapolis residents, who support this resolution. Our members enjoy viewing wildlife like beavers on Minneapolis's parklands and don't want to see special places littered with dangerous and cruel traps, which pose risks to people, pets, and non-targeted wildlife. We very much appreciate the board's responsiveness to our members' concerns.
Thank you, Ms. Adkins. Our next speaker is a Fulton resident.
Thank you to everyone instrumental in closing and keeping closure to the roadway around Lake Harriet Parkway. The closure of this roadway to motor vehicles has enabled best use of our shared city gem while we make every effort to reduce the threat of the COVID-19 pandemic in and beyond our neighborhoods. It is vital that this roadway be open to pedestrian use only until COVID-19 testing and contact tracking by public health reports show safety in close outdoor physical contact / gathering. Also, it is wonderful to see the waterfront and fishing, that watercraft and fishing are accessible at Lake Harriet. Great to see Bread and Pickle open this season too. However, it is important that all docks have strong and visible signage for intended use. That is, fishing docks are for persons with fishing pole. Boat docks are for persons with a boat. No fishing, sitting, picnicking, strolling on a boat dock, period. Thank you for this opportunity to be heard.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Linda Johnson.
Dear Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board, we request that the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board strongly consider to include the project described below in the first list of Parks and Trails Legacy funding for the upcoming 2020-2021 legislative session. The Parks and Trails Legacy Fund is available to take care of what we have, and this project ideally fits that goal. In addition, at this time when local residents and worldwide visitors need more space to spread out, relax, and enjoy the outdoors, it is a timely project, especially considering pavilions and other large gathering areas that cannot be used in the foreseeable future. Every June, the roses in the Lindale Rose Garden, part of the Metropolitan Regional Park System, begin to bloom. There are over 64 rose beds with more than 2,500 rose bushes in the garden. The roses will bloom every day until they are cut back for winter in November.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Our next speaker is Matt Johnson.
Hello, Commissioners, Superintendent Ralph and Jeremy. It has been a pleasure to discuss the issue of coexistence with wildlife in our parks and the recently signed contract with the Wildlife Services. A special thank you to Commissioner French for introducing Resolution 2020-227 and working closely with me and others from our coalition to amend the contract for Wildlife Services to include requirements that the agency exhaust non-lethal methods when working with Minneapolis wildlife. An additional shout out to all of you that are regular advocates for wildlife within the parks and understand the importance of other species and the roles and services that they provide to the environment. As you know, many citizens, volunteers, and visitors appreciate and derive deep satisfaction from the wild animals and natural spaces in the park system. Voting yes on Resolution 2020-227 helps to ensure we're doing a good job at coexisting humanely with other species and keeping our parks safe.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Our last speaker signed up is Christine Coughlin.
This is Christine Coughlin, Minnesota State Director of the Humane Society of the United States. On behalf of our members and supporters in Minneapolis, I urge you to vote yes on Resolution 2020-227. This resolution directs staff to work with the USDA's Wildlife Services to amend the current contract to require non-lethal measures to be used and exhausted before killing beavers, coyotes, and other wildlife. It also establishes biannual reporting requirements for Wildlife Services. As we shared in our letter to you earlier this month, humanely managing conflicts with wildlife is both attainable and an important ethic for Minneapolis. The Humane Society of the United States works with community leaders and animal care and control agencies to develop effective, humane, and non-lethal solutions to address conflicts between people and wildlife. By voting yes on this amendment, the MPRB will create a strong foundation for more comprehensive wildlife management.
Thank you very much, Ms. Coughlin. That concludes our open time speakers for this evening. So we will return to the one consent agenda item that has been pulled for discussion. That is Resolution 2022-18, which is a resolution that is an amendment to Resolution 2020-131, allowing alternative means of review and comment on the draft Southwest Service Area Master Plan through June 2nd, 2020, while recreation buildings remain closed due to COVID-19. So at this time, I would ask Ms. Odell, if she is on, to provide a brief overview on this, and then I'll turn it over to Commissioner Bourne with any initial questions.
Thank you, President Cogill. This is Colleen Odell. Yes, I'm on the call. I have a single slide which pulls up some information about where the Southwest Service Area Master Plan comment period is right now. As you may remember, you authorized the opening of a minimum 45-day public comment period on February 14th. And recreation centers were closed on March 17th due to COVID-19. And normally we have the plan and surveys available both online and in recreation centers so people could fill it out electronically or personally on paper. And so that comment period, about 32 days of it were completed, so about a month. 13 days remain, so about 2 weeks. And we've been in a holding pattern since the rec centers closed. So instead of the 13 days, we've now had the survey open for 68 days total. And we're at a point where it's impinging on our ability to move the project forward. And we've got some agency partner and playground implementation projects that we would like to move forward on that are waiting on the results of the Southwest the comments in the master plan. So I don't know if that slide is available, if you can see it right now, but in the time that we've been open after rec centers closed, we've received more online surveys than we did before it closed. And in comparison of the Southwest plan to the North Service Area Plan and the South Service Area Plan, you can see that in general, paper surveys comprise a very small percentage of the feedback that we get. Almost all of it's online. And now that we've had a significant amount of time where the online survey has remained open, it's more than doubled the feedback that we've gotten on other plans. So the request here is, in light of COVID-19 and the fact that folks can't get into the rec centers, that you agree to allow us to post the plans outside of rec centers, and actually we might even post a socially distant table where people could come and pick up paper surveys from 6 feet away. And then if folks needed a section of their park mailed to them, we'd be happy to do that.
Thank you, Ms. Odell, for that overview. Commissioner Bourne, did you have a question or comment?
Thank you, President Cogill. I don't know if I have questions as much as I do have some concerns. I think that they can all be addressed with a plan in place, but I don't know if this resolution in its current form is a plan. Some of the concerns that I have are, this board, one of the things that a lot of us are very interested in is increasing accessibility and services to our elders in our community. And our elders, in the midst of literally fighting for their lives right now, also have some other barriers to have an increased likelihood to having barriers to digital access. So I would just want to make sure that we're hearing those voices. In my district at Horn Towers, that quite a few residents there use Bryan Square, Whittier, and Painter. There are about 600 households there that have almost the entire building has a disconnect to online access. There are some language barriers, and it's also an elderly population. So I just want to make sure that we're not cutting off people's ability to get feedback in a way that they are used to and accustomed to. Also, people do things at a deadline. And then just the last thing I'll say is I've been communicating to constituents that once we reopened rec centers, we would resume the countdown to that 45 days. So I don't want, and I made those comments in good faith from information that I've received from staff, and that's been conveyed to a number of people. So I'm for modifying the timeline, but I think we would need to maybe do 45 days from now with this in the new normal that we're in, and making sure that we're reaching out to those folks that under normal circumstances we have a hard time reaching out to. So President Cogill, I'm not sure where you would want to see this go. I don't have an amendment tonight. I think it's unusual that a change this big would be a consent item. I'd like to see a change in our public outreach at least come up through the planning committee first. But I would defer to you, President Cogill, on if you'd like to see that as a motion or if you'd like to continue to have some other discussion here.
I don't know what you're deferring to me on. We will be voting on this resolution, which we're considering right now. I will speak to it right now unless other commissioners want to speak. Commissioner Forney.
Thank you, President Cogill. I agree. I have also been in the situation that I indicated to whoever reached out to me that after whatever, once the rec centers open, that's when the timeline would begin. But understanding what is being potentially compromised if we don't move more quickly on this. To me, I think it's about messaging, and if we can, get out as much communication as we possibly can to indicate that this is why we are moving forward. And so I just want to have clarification. What we're indicating is that the public comment period would end on June 2nd. Is that correct? And that on June 2nd at that board meeting is when we would then have all of the public comments presented. Just that if somebody could clarify that for me.
Yes, President Cogill, Commissioner Forney. If this moves ahead, the public comment period would end on June 2nd, but as you know from previous comment periods, it takes staff a couple weeks to compile all of that information and bring it to a board for board action. So it wouldn't be at the June 2nd meeting that we would bring those forward. It would take us a number of weeks to pull that together, and since we've received double the comments we normally get, it might take us a little bit longer. I did want to address the communications piece. So following tonight, if this amendment were approved, we would send out Gov Delivery. We would reach out to our list of community partners, both neighborhood organizations and other community partners, to do that sort of outreach. And Commissioner Bourne, that would include our connections at Horn Towers, where we did have some meetings before this final draft came out. And I did want to point out that what the 45-day comment period opening had made as a promise to the public was that we would make it available online and we would make it available in person in the recreation center. So this amendment still makes it available in person. It would just be posted outside the recreation centers together with surveys where people could collect them if they wanted to, should you decide to move forward with it.
Great, thank you for that clarification, Colleen. I would support this, particularly knowing what it does jeopardize if we do not move forward with it. And seeing what the response has been so far, I'm incredibly impressed and pleased and feel comfortable in moving this forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner Bourne for the second time.
President Cogill, if you'd like to speak first, I'm just going to make a motion to refer it to committee, but if you want to speak to the motion first, I would wait for you.
So, Commissioner Bourne, you have the floor.
Okay, then I would move to refer the resolution to the Committee on Planning.
Second.
Commissioner Bourne has made a motion to refer the resolution to the Committee on Planning. There has been a second. Is there any discussion from commissioners? I'll speak briefly to this. A couple of things. One, we've had incredibly robust engagement on the Southwest Service Area Master Plan. There's been substantial engagement across the district, in person, online, before the COVID pandemic. The amendment, if anything, makes engagement more accessible for folks by rethinking this, putting it outside so you don't have to go inside of the rec centers. I'll also note to commissioners that some rec centers are opening, though in a limited way, for Rec Plus. So I don't see the need to alter this in the name of more transparency. If anything, it's not providing the same kind of, it's not honoring the work that has been done in the community and moving forward with the vision that the community has put forward and letting us actually evaluate the concepts and vote on them. So I would not be in favor of continuing to delay this. Commissioner Bourne to the motion for the second time.
Thank you, President Cogill. I think this is for the first time to the motion. I would encourage my colleagues to support moving this to committee where we can come up with a plan that does not pose significant delays to this, but give some of the folks with the softest voices in our community, and so many of those folks that are literally fighting for their lives right now inside of nursing homes that may not be looking at going online and doing a survey about a park right now, giving them the barest of no cost courtesies that we could afford some of our communities with the smallest voices that we've all dedicated to serve. It's pretty commonplace for us to extend public comment periods. I think that there is a way to do this, and I think that there's a way to do this well. I'm not opposed to the spirit of the resolution that was brought forward, but I think that there is a way to be a little bit more inclusive with this towards our Somali elders that live at Horn Towers, towards all of our hot centers of both park users and potential COVID victims at Walker, at Jones Harrison, at all of the retirement communities across Southwest Minneapolis. And I believe our population skews a little bit older. And there's just a lot of people, I know I'm not the only person on this board that, like so many members of our community, wait until the last minute to do something. So there are a lot of folks that may have been planning to go to a rec center with their kids and filling that out. And I'm just nervous about the potential of taking that opportunity away from them. So I just want to make sure that we're communicating this in a very transparent, accessible way for folks. So I would encourage folks to ask for some slight revisions from staff and have them come forward with a revised plan through our committee process. I think this is just a little too much to be on consent.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Kogel. Colleen, will we be sending out gov delivery notices to everyone that's subscribed, notifying them of the outside the rec center plan for collecting in-person comments? And do we know if the building managers of community living spaces within this district will be receiving those notifications as well?
President Kogel, Commissioner Musich, yes, we will be sending out a gov delivery. We also have an additional mailing list that has several of those building managers, but we can circle around and make sure that we've collected any we don't have already.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the additional information.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Seeing any other comments on the motion to refer the resolution to planning? Any other comments? Seeing none, I will ask the secretary to take the roll on referring resolution 2022-18 to the planning committee.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
No.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
No.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Kogel.
No.
You have 6 ayes, 3 nays.
All right, that carries. Moving on to reports of standing committees. Chair Forney.
Looking for it, sorry. Okay, On behalf of the Admin and Finance Committee, I'd like to move Resolution 2020-204, resolution approving a second amendment to lease agreement with Ventura Village for 868 square feet at Phillips Community Center, 2300 13th Avenue South, Minneapolis, Minnesota, at a rate of $9.99 per square foot annually for a 1-year term.
Second.
I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll on resolution 2020-204.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill. You have 9 ayes.
I'd like to move Resolution 2020-205, resolution approving amendment number 2 to professional services agreement number C44285 with 10 by 10 LLC to the 26th Avenue North Overlook and Shoreline Enhancement Project in the amount of $21,950 for a new contract total of $213,083 and approval of Above the Falls Regional Park funding in the amount of $149,680.
The resolution has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
The resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll on the resolution 2020-205.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
The time being 2 minutes to 6 p.m., I would like to move us to the Planning Committee. So I will ask for, what do I need to ask for here?
Recess.
I would ask for a motion to recess.
You can just do it.
I will just recess the full board meeting, and I will turn it over to Chair Meyer for the Planning Committee.
Time being 5:59 p.m., I call to order the Planning Committee. Secretary will please call the roll.
Vice President Vita,
Present.
Commissioner French,
Here.
President Cogill,
Here.
Vice Chair Forney,
Here.
Chair Meyer.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Secretary will please take the roll.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
President Cogill,
Aye.
Vice Chair Forney,
Aye.
Chair Meyer.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of Wednesday, May 6, 2020?
So moved. So moved.
Secretary will please call the roll.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
President Cogill,
Aye.
Vice Chair Forney,
Aye.
Chair Meyer.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
We have a 6 p.m. time certain public hearing regarding the concept approval for Perkins Hill Park improvements. Gold, are there any people wishing to comment who are physically at the headquarters building?
There are no additional commenters at headquarters.
Great. Then we will proceed with the submitted written comments, starting with Seth Nesselhoff. And we'll give each person 2 minutes, please.
Chair Meyer, do you want a staff presentation first?
Yes. Yeah, let's start with that. And for that, we have Crystal Passy to present.
Crystal, are you able to see the presentation?
Yeah, I am. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll just get started. Thanks very much for your time, President Cogill and commissioners. We're really excited about getting this project started. We are bringing the concept plan here for approval. It's been a couple of years of planning and development for this concept plan. If you want to go to the next slide, this is at Perkins Hill Park over in the McKinley neighborhood in North Minneapolis. It is kind of an underutilized park in some ways. A lot of people wouldn't know it's there, but it's got a lot of potential. And I think that bringing this, the pump track and the bicycle training track here is going to make a big impact on this park and will be a really good amenity for the community. You can go to slide 2 if you want. Well, anyway, I'll just keep going. So community engagement with this project was pretty extensive. We started in 2018 in the fall and did a kickoff over at Farview Park. The community engagement was outside. We invited the bike parks group to come out and put up some kind of examples of what a bike park is, and had a bunch of kids and bikes, and everybody made comments on what they wanted to see at Farview and some of the other parks that we were working on. And it was really exciting to have the kids so enthusiastic about biking and to see what they could have in their neighborhood and get a lot of feedback on what kinds of things this bicycle training track could be. We also did a community design workshop at the Venture North Bike, the coffee shop and bike shop over in Northside, and had a lot of people come out. I think it was like almost 50 people came, and all from the community and from outside of the community, but mostly from the community, which was really great, and gave us a lot of feedback on how to actually design this park. And we also did a bunch of, we did a survey, we did some community, we met with the neighborhood association and things like that as well. You can go to the next slide. So this is the existing conditions of the park. There's basically trails, a basketball court, and a playground. There's not a whole lot else. A lot of really nice trees, which we worked with forestry to determine the best approach to avoiding a lot of those trees with the development that we're planning. And then we're following the North Service Area Master Plan guidelines, which has a bicycle training track here. So it's great to be able to implement the first phase of that master plan. You can go to the next slide. So these are some precedent images of things that we were looking at. We also went down to La Crosse. This will be the first paved pump track in Minneapolis, and actually probably in Minnesota at this point. So this is a really great amenity. I think it's going to be really exciting to install it at this particular location, but also it's going to be the first that is paved. So we're very excited about that. And it will have stormwater infiltration systems incorporated with the design. We'll be planting those with native plants. So it will address all of the stormwater on the site. And we will have a paved pump track as well as a natural surface gravity skills track. So these are just some images of the types of things. And what's really good about the pump track is it can be used by all ages, but we are also doing 2 kids loops. So they're a little bit more kind of rudimentary skills. And I'm sure I'll probably be, if I'm on there, I'd probably be the one using those because I'm still kind of learning, but you get different kinds of experiences where you get to build your skills up. Next slide. So this is the concept plan that we're bringing forth. It shows the paved pump track, which is called asphalt pump track on this plan. And then we're using the hill, which there's a nice big hill on the site, and kind of weaving this natural surface trail through to create the gravity skills trail. The nice thing about that is we'll be able to use the trees that are already there. And I talked to forestry and they would be interested in planting some more trees just to kind of enhance that experience. And we will have the 2 early childhood loops and then a trailhead, which will have information about how to use the pump track and the natural surface trail, and also like things like seating and maybe like a little bit of shade structure or something like that eventually. So I think it's going to be a pretty exciting project. We're looking forward to bringing this to the community. Thanks.
Chris, you're muted.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Posse. Let's proceed with the testimony. First, does anyone have any questions regarding the staff report? Commissioner Severson.
Thank you, Chair Meyer, for recognizing me. And I'm not on this committee, but this is in North Minneapolis, and what a cool thing. And great job, staff. The community is going to absolutely love this. The kids. This is the exact park I grew up in, this park in Farview Park, and these cross paths so often, and I can't wait for it to happen. I'll be one of the first people down there. So I just wanted to say thank you and great job. Love it.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Forney.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. I too, I think it's wonderful. And I just have to give a shout out for the community engagement. I went to the bike shop and that was just so ingenious. I appreciate, all of the unique things that you guys are all doing. And obviously you put forward an awesome plan. So looking forward to it.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Vice President Vita.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. I, too, would just like to say how awesome is this. I was texting Commissioner Severson to be sure that this is the park that I thought it was. And this is an absolute amazing upgrade to that space. I love that the community was involved in this, and I am looking forward to the grand opening of this particular space. Thanks to everyone involved on getting this done.
Thank you, Vice President Vita. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed with the public hearing, starting with Seth Nesselhoff.
According to the Physical Activity Council, there are 7.4 million fewer kids in America on bikes 6 years and older per week in 2019 than there were in 2000. Part of the reason for this is attention competing technology, and part of the reason for this is the lack of safety parents feel that prevent them from allowing their kids to ride their bikes on sidewalks and streets. For both these reasons, we need to create infrastructure that encourages our kids to play outside in a way that develops their confidence, keeps them away from traffic, and yet allows them to stay at a social distance for the foreseeable future. The Perkins Hill Bike Park proposal is exactly what Minneapolis kids need right now. It is well designed to allow for space, yet a high number of kids to enjoy it. Please approve the plan for Perkins Hill.
Thank you. Next, we have Daniel. No last name.
Hi, just writing a quick note to express support for the plans for the asphalt pump track plan for Perkins Hill. I'd love to see a place where kids can develop their bike skills in the city and have this be the first of many projects like it throughout Minneapolis. I bike with my family a lot, and we love to have destinations where kids can stop to play and explore, and a pump track like this one would be a perfect place to do that. I sincerely hope to see this move forward, and additionally hope that it is a sign of things to come for more of our parks.
Thank you, Daniel. Next, we have a comment from Peter.
Greetings. This note is a brief message to support the Perkins Hill pump track being developed. The cycling community here is the best I've seen. It would be great to have more places like this to further boost the region as a cycling haven. Thanks in advance.
Thank you, Peter. Next, Stephanie Boyd.
I want to thank the board for its support of the Perkins Hill asphalt pump track. I am an 8+ year member of the Mocha Mork Trail crew at Worth Park and have been volunteering as a course marshal and other duties with the Lopet for nearly as long. I see day in and day out that providing infrastructure, amenities, and programming that are youth-focused brings a wealth of pleasure to not just the youth but their families. During this pandemic, I have been spending a lot of time at Theo near the Glenwood Loop section. This section attracts a lot of youth and their families for its roller coaster-like sections that could be somewhat similar to an asphalt pump track. I see the miles of smiles on the faces of the kids and the parents who either ride with them or hang out in the grassy area while they do laps. An asphalt pump track could potentially provide a year-round version of that roller coaster action. Please encourage the board to support this project. It would be an exceptional addition to the already amazing park system that Minneapolis has to offer.
Thank you, Stephanie. Next, Michaela Swanlund.
I am writing to encourage you to support the Perkins Hill pump track. Bringing access to a bike park like this in North Minneapolis is a fantastic way to create healthy and fun outlets for the local community. Bike parks are a great way to introduce and expand people's experience on two wheels.
Thank you, Michaela. Next, we have Corey Schaffhausen.
I am a strong supporter of the great work that the Park Board has done to promote biking and building skills for kids. I saw an update that Minneapolis Bike Parks about this project, and I hope it moves ahead quickly. It will be a great asset to the community and city, and I look forward to seeing the results.
Thank you, Corey. Next, we have Jeff and Gemma.
We have been following some of Minneapolis Bike Park's Facebook posts and recently saw a proposed diagram of the pump track, to which we are delighted to see, as it has been long overdue in the Twin Cities to have features like this. A little background of myself: I started bicycle motocross, BMX, in 1975, built my own track and raced all over, helped design, implement BMX tracks, BMX team manager, freestyle bike riding, and in the 80s still do, 90s started competitive mountain bike racing and helped build jumps, jump lines, early 20s, run freestyle contests, teach kids at White Bear Lake YMCA, enduro mountain bike racing, and in the last 3 years, our own 7-year-old daughter, Gemma, is the nation's #1 overall girl-woman BMX racer out of 650. We travel the United States to race the top competitors, and we're ready for the May World Championships in Houston, Texas, until the virus issues arose. With our travels, we have been to so many mountain bike trails, wheel parks, jump lines, BMX tracks, and of course pump tracks. Gemma loves to bike, and I am just along for the ride to support her in her dreams. My understanding is the plan for Perkins Hill asphalt pump track will go before the Park Board Commissioners for approval, and just wanted to say that this kind of park is what patrons of today need as it is so beneficial to get outside, to do something new, get exercise, learn new skills, meet new people, create friendships, and ultimately have tons of fun. We have done that across the United States and really looking forward to traveling from Woodbury to this park.
Thank you, Jeff and Gemma. Next, Mike Torres.
I am happy to hear the Perkins Hill Park plan is moving forward and will be up for a vote to proceed to the bidding phase. It is great to see a park combine our city's love for bikes with a chance to experience mountain biking by use. The design itself is outstanding, using existing topography and weaves natural and asphalt features with options for novice, intermediate users, as well as the all-wheel option, asphalt for beginners, striders, scooters, etc. From the experience of the Nokomis Rec Pilot Bike Park, which I'm happy to say I helped by seeking out grant opportunities via Minneapolis Bike Parks, you will see a large and diverse ridership that is wonderful to see folks of all ages, sexes, and abilities attempting these basic features. More so, this type of park will be a welcomed addition to the North Parks and offer a unique opportunity for residents to experience this type of bicycling skills. As you may or may not know, La Crosse, Wisconsin has a similar layout to the proposed Perkins Hill Park and an asphalt pump track and natural skills course. It is phenomenal and in speaking to several community members, well loved, almost to the point where huge lines form and kids and adults line up patiently to use. Quite the sight to see if you ever head to Winona/La Crosse area. In this uncertain time where programs and parks have seen unprecedented closures, the Nokomis pilot has been a huge success and highlighted the community's desire to see similar projects fully funded. The Perkins Hill project offers the first opportunity to bring a one-of-a-kind bike park to Minneapolis. We look forward to hearing of its approval in tomorrow's meeting.
Thank you, Mike. Next, Jesse Brown.
My name is Jessie Brow. I am a Minneapolis resident, frequent user of the beautiful city park system, and an avid bicyclist. I am writing to express my enthusiasm and support for the potential to add a pump track to Perkins Hill. To me, biking is in any form is such an accessible and effective means to stay healthy, but also to simply have fun. And a pump track is exactly what Minneapolis needs to enrich the already thriving bike community. I am grateful for the board's consideration of the pump track and am eager to see it come to fruition.
Thank you, Jesse. Next, Devin Olson.
I am writing as a father, Minneapolis resident, and on behalf of Minneapolis Bike Parks to let you know that I am in full support of the Perkins Hill Bike Track. Adding an amenity like this to a neighborhood park will be a huge asset and will encourage future generations to gain an entirely new appreciation for the freedom of a bicycle can bring. Providing safe and exciting places for people of all ages to gain confidence on two wheels will encourage active recreation, promote alternative modes of transportation, and build a connection to our natural spaces. Accessibility is one of the greatest barriers that prevents kids from gaining exposure to the joys of biking. Currently, Minneapolis kids are forced to learn to ride on busy streets, in empty parking lots, on narrow sidewalks, or far away, unfamiliar trailheads. By placing a bike park with fun and exciting features in a familiar area that offers immediate access for surrounding residents removes that barrier. This project has the opportunity to build community, provide recreational alternatives for youth not interested in traditional sports, enables expanded MPRB programming, and allows MPRB to continue to build on their status of the #1 park system in the U.S. Let's do this.
Thank you. And our last written comment from Andy Lambert.
I am now with Saris Infrastructure here in South Minneapolis, and we are very excited about the possibility of the MPRB approving development of the bike parks and pump tracks in Minneapolis.
I lost the number case here.
We've supported the Minneapolis Bike Parks organization since 2018 by helping them with pop-up like bike parks to help raise awareness and excitement about what bike parks can do for communities. The benefits were quickly evidenced by the amount of people who came out to participate, and the comments from parents and kids were overwhelmingly positive. I encourage you and your colleagues to vote yes for Perkins Hill Pump Track Plan and open the project up for bidding. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Andy. Secretary Ringgold, have any other commenters come in since we started?
We have no additional commenters.
Seeing no further comments, then we will close the public hearing. Is there a motion for Resolution 2020-222, a resolution accepting the non-appointed Citizen Advisory Committee recommendations and approving concept plans for Perkins Hill Park?
So moved.
Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
President Cogill. Vice Chair Forney.
Aye.
Chair Meyer.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
Thank you. Is there a motion for Resolution 2020-223, a resolution granting storm sewer easements to the Blake School at 511 Kenwood Parkway, located on the Kenwood Parkway in Minneapolis?
So moved.
I'd like to begin this one with a presentation from Christine Downey to give some of the background about it.
Yes, so if Secretary Ringo could put the presentation on the screen.
Christine, just bear with me one moment. I almost got it.
That's no problem. We also have a member from Blake and also from the HCA, I believe it is. Any additional questions that you may have, they are also available for questions that they may be able to answer that I cannot. All right. So what we have here is a storm sewer easement agreement request from Blake School, which is located, the address is 511 Kenwood. That's the U.S. mail address. The parcel is 411 by the county, just in case you're confused. It is for, the permanent easement is for 409 square feet. And there's also a temporary construction easement, and that is to construct the actual storm sewer that the city of Minneapolis will take over and not only own but also maintain. You can, and then of course there are appropriate fees that will be collected as a result of this. So you can flip to the next page, please. This is just a little designation of part of their parcel. This is the main parcel. There's one that's a little further to the west that also encapsulates their parking lot. But as you can tell, Kenwood is just north of their parcel. And you can see Parade Field and the ice, Parade Ice Arena. I'm sorry, excuse me. You can flip to the next page. This is one of the exhibits of the agreement that depicts the temporary easement area that they will need in order to construct the actual storm sewer that will be within what would be normally considered the right of way. Of course, it's not right of way when it's parkland, in which the city will actually own and maintain the actual storm sewer that will be connected to, I believe, the storm sewer at the corner at Bryant, which of course is then city right of way. You can flip to the next page. This here is where it actually depicts the permanent easement that will travel north from the property line of the Blake School going further north and connecting to the actual storm sewer that will be built. And obviously it's going from their property line up over the sidewalk to the boulevard to the actual storm sewer, which will lie in the actual, under the sidewalk and not in the street. There are other utilities that are also obviously within the parkway, that lie within the parkway. There are 2 condo units that are just further east, or actually adjacent to the Blake School parcel. So you can flip to the next page. I wanted to just briefly go over some of the conditions or some of the factors that staff considers and are actually in line with some of the policies and are consistent with the procedures that we've been following all along. So request, and it's kind of a general overview, request for the use of parkland and properties for private use. This kind of includes easements, encroachments, and licenses. Each request is considered de novo, and that's basically Latin kind of term used, starting from the beginning, anew, or as if it hadn't been granted before. So we have requests all the time, as you may have guessed and have seen in your work here at the Park Board. Evaluation is made on the specific case's own merits, so we don't always, every case is different. Third, an important inquiry is whether the condition is self-imposed. Is the property owner addressing an issue they did not cause, or have they caused their own issue? And in this case, Blake's proposed use of parkland is addressing an issue they did not cause. The larger rain events that have been occurring, as we won't get into climate change, but there have been larger rain events historically that have caused drainage onto their property from adjacent parcels and groundwater infiltration that cannot be handled on their own property. They have tried dry wells, and they've had, and you didn't have to flip, but that's okay, that they've tried to handle their own groundwater infiltration, but it unfortunately has been insufficient. They are located downhill from parcels that are just south of them. I don't know if people are familiar with the Blake School. It obviously is just south of the parade stadium, and then if you look further south from their parcel, they are directly downhill from some parcels that are pretty high up. So they have rain events and groundwater issues as a result of that. You can flip to the next page. I'm sorry. So in looking at these requests, there are 3 major questions that are asked. Question number 1 is the ecological impact on parkland. Is it being mitigated? Question number 2, is there an impediment to the recreating public use and enjoyment? Is that being minimized? And then question number 3, is the safety of the recreating public, is that being maximized? Is their safety being maximized? So on question number 1, Blake's proposed improvements on parkland result in no degradation of the environmental quality because of their proposed improvements are actually located underground. On question number 2, Blake's proposed improvements on parkland pose no detrimental impact to the recreating public's use and enjoyment because, again, it's located underground. And then on number 3, Blake's proposed improvements pose no concerns for the safety of related to park use or park excuse me, park use because, again, it's located underground. You can flip to the next page, I'm sorry. I just provided an aerial just for reference in case people were not familiar. Again, it's a little small there, but as you can see, Blake is just south of the parade stadium and is very close to the Walker. And obviously Loring Park is just east of Walker. So that is my presentation in a nutshell. A lot of the other detail is in the actual resolution. I would also just note that there one of the things that I've probably talked about before in terms of encroachments and easements, when there is a request for parkland use, were there other alternatives considered, and is this was this alternative, excuse me, the only feasible alternative? And so in the resolution in the body, I did note that, and there were other existing storm sewer ways that they could have possibly considered, and I will possibly maybe have Kenny Horns refer to that, but they did consider going, I think, further. I have to look at them, thinking of it in my mind, going further west, but that was not feasible in that it would have required a pump system to serve the storm water drainage from that portion. It would change the existing drainage pattern and require a significant detention area to maintain that. They don't have space on their parcel or on their site for the required detention area. So locating a new storm sewer south of the Kenwood Parkway between the Blake site and the Bryant Avenue is not feasible due to the several obstructions. There, again, I had referred to the two condo units between Blake and Bryant Avenue, and they were not willing to do so. They weren't allowing them to use their parcels for that. A private storm sewer would require permanent agreements with those property owners, and they could not be, those agreements could not be obtained for those two condo units. So that, if you have any questions further, those are the two options they had available to them.
Thank you. I think that is it's sufficient for me anyway. And later on, if commissioners have specific questions about this project in particular, we can return to that and go to the applicants if we need to. But I think what we really need is to have a broader discussion about our approach to encroachment and what legal requirements we need to follow. And it has emerged in the conversations that I've had in the last week that there is some significant disagreement about how we should approach these questions between our planning staff and our legal counsel. Because, as you noted at the beginning of this, the perspective from planning staff is that we need to approach each of these de novo. And in a conversation just today with our legal counsel, they are saying that is not the case. And there's also disagreement about whether this should be regarded as a quasi-judicial matter or as a quasi-administrative matter. So I wanted to have both our planning staff and our legal counsel speak to that. And I think we're going to have a broader conversation about some of these issues. So first, I'll ask Assistant Superintendent Michael Schroeder to speak on the perspective of planning staff.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. I think, and Commissioners, I think as we get into this, you'll find that Council Rice and I we're not fully disagreeing on these things. And I think the notion of these proceedings being similar to a quasi-judicial action is planning staff's attempt to make a rigorous review of a condition that's presented before us that would transfer ownership, at least in part, of some aspect of parkland. So we want to have a very rigorous review. And the nearest example that I can find from my experience is the quasi-judicial authority that's bound into a planning commission when they're reviewing an ordinance. And in that case, the planning commission would have a set amount of time to respond according to the state 60-day rules. And the planning commission would also be bound to determine findings of fact for or against their determination. And so if we apply those same kind of rules, even though they may not be specifically applied to the granting of an easement or an encroachment or a license, I think it gives us at least a certain amount of rigor that's necessary as we compare one request to another. So the notion of how we review it becomes important. And we do attempt to review every condition on its own merits, as Christine noted, and we used three primary criteria or parameters for that review, which Christine noted as the impacts on the recreating public, the safety for park users, and the environmental impacts resulting from the change. And whether we're framing a recommendation for or against an encroachment easement or license, we would be using a similar kind of criteria. We also, Christine also noted that there's a sense of kind of self-imposition that staff would look at, which we feel is important because you've had encroachments, requests for encroachments come before you where the property owner had a great amount of ability to avoid reaching onto parkland. The one that we can think of was on Kenwood Parkway, just up Kenwood Parkway from this location, where there was a retaining wall that was extending onto parkland, and it was done purely for the reason of aesthetics. Aesthetics is not a criteria that we use in the review of an encroachment. So I don't. I'll let Council Rice speak to this as well, but I don't know that we are as disparate as you might have made it seem when you introduced this. The more difficult part for us is that we're responding to this as in kind of a procedural way, when the process for defining these is not necessarily structured in an ordinance, although we have been dealing with Council Rice and his staff in considering whether we should be moving in that direction. And that would provide us a whole lot more rigor and structure, not only in how we review these, but how an applicant might respond if they disagree.
All right, thank you. Council Rice, can you add your thoughts about, should we be regarding issues like this as de novo, and you believe it is quasi-judicial or quasi-administrative or neither, or what are your thoughts?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I would say Mr. Short and I are really not at a huge point of disagreement on this, but there are some things to consider. And I think there's kind of two actions you have. This first action where you're considering tonight regarding Blake School and Kenwood Parkway. I would note very importantly that you're talking about granting a storm sewer easement to the school. That is of a different type of, say, an encroachment permit that you've got in front of the board that came through the committee last week. I think that Mr. Schroeder is doing, and his staff, Ms. Downey, are doing a real good job as they get these requests. They're moving them along. They don't let them sit there. There's this so-called rule on zoning changes that Mr. Schroeder is using as a model, where if a public entity a request has been made of them, and if they don't act in a timely manner, the request is presumed to be granted. So I think as a matter of service to the public, if you want to call it customer service, I think Mr. Schroeder is absolutely right in trying to move this along and treat it like that type of proceeding like you would in a zoning matter. I would say this is much more of an administrative or legislative prerogative of the board, that you have more discretion in granting it. But I do think it's very important to understand why you're granting it, so it doesn't become an arbitrary exercise of your legislative or administrative powers. And that therein is where the board runs the risk of being accused of granting either easements or encroachments selectively and without a lot of policy base. In the matter before you now regarding the easement, it really is in the sixth whereas clause of the ordinance, where it states that whereas the MPRB staff, and this is important, you rely on your staff to essentially investigate these matters and make, for lack of a better phrase, a finding of fact, a determination about how do these requests stack up. And so the sixth paragraph of Resolution 223 reads, whereas the MPRB staff have evaluated the requested encroachment using parameters of impacts on the recreating public safety and environmental impacts and finds the proposed improvements to pose no permanent effects. So really what the staff has done on all of these matters is they try to say, would any of these encroachments or easements, is there a detrimental impact on the public use or enjoyment of parkland as their first criteria? In this case, in the other one that's before the board, they say, no, it's not. Does it significantly impact park user safety, which is a main issue, that this is public land? You want to make sure that if a party is going to impose something on parkland or otherwise affected, is the use and enjoyment of the parkland by the public changed. And in this case, they say since it's underground, it won't have that impact. And then the third factor, which is related to the other two, is they expect a minimal impact on parkland. And in essence, what Ms. Downey has presented and what Mr. Schroeder has directed staff to do is to look at those determinations. They made those findings, and in essence, what the resolution 223 is, bring before the board and saying, if the board adopts you're in essence adopting the findings of your staff, and then you're saying, yes, it meets our criteria, and we'll move forward. Mr. Schroeder and I have had discussions for probably at least a year trying to see if we couldn't formalize this process in some sort of ordinance. And I think that what we've kind of concluded is the more we see these, there's more kind of a common law evolution of what the staff is looking for and what the board is looking for. And so I think the debate is worth having to kind of understand that. I think if this board recalls, one of the first challenges it had as a new board was the issuance of granting driveway access on East Isles Parkway. Eventually, the staff had recommended a combined driveway. One of the neighbors opposed that. Eventually, you wound up, because of necessity, there was no other reasonable access to the property. You granted it for that new property. But it was, a few lessons were learned in that. I think it's, as I said to Commissioner Meyer's question, if I had to say, and I wouldn't put too much of a conflict here, I would say this really is more of an administrative or legislative process of decision that the board can exercise. However, I think Mr. Schroeder's idea that it's quasi-judicial has merit in the sense that you want to look at this somewhat like a zoning matter where you don't sit on these things for months or years. And secondly, you want to be able to, as you take it each time new, you look at the facts, but to some extent, not to some extent, I think it's important that the board be consistent. And while all of these requests will be slightly different, for example, we're looking at an easement because it's a stormwater utility in essence for Blake, but it's a permanent easement. Once it's there, it will be there forever. The one that's before the board in 206 is an encroachment. There are similarities in both an easement and encroachment, but they're of a slightly different kind. I would note that we've had talk about other requests to use land. Neither one of these is a permanent alienation of property where you're selling the land entirely and disposing of it, which sometimes people have come before the board and asked that. The board's had a pretty firm policy in saying they don't sell land, but in the rarest of cases. Or neither one of these would, at least these requests, materially would alter the configuration of the land that's there now. I mean, once a request is made that's kind of a higher level, and doesn't meet these three criterias of that you're not interfering with the public's use of the land, it doesn't significantly impact park user safety, and there's a minimal impact. If requests like that fit into that criteria, they're easier to grant, or there are ones that have been granted as opposed to ones that are perhaps putting more, asking more from the public in terms of expropriation or use of land.
Thank you, Councilor Rice. Before I turn to questions and discussion from other commissioners, I want to say I think I have objection to moving this item forward through committee tonight, so it can move to the full board for consideration. But I do think it would be good for us to have some kind of written analysis of this, just so that it's clear. Because in the conversations I had, it seemed like that there was some level of disagreement, not necessarily about this one, but how we approach the Danish American sign that is currently tabled. So I think it would be good if we could get some formal guidance about this, and to do the kind of training that we get when we join the Planning Commission about how to approach this. So I hope that could be done in this next cycle, so we could bring it to the full board. But I would basically say, like, we should have that conversation before we consider more encroachments. And while I'm ready to move this one through committee tonight, I would think that the next item on our full board agenda regarding the retaining wall should probably be tabled until we can have that discussion. With that...
Mr. Chair, if I could just interject.
Yes, Councilor Rice.
So if I understand your request, you'd move this forward, but perhaps a memo that Mr. Schroeder and I could collaborate on and outline these issues. We've had a discussion tonight, but I think what I'm hearing you say, if we could maybe reduce our thoughts to a written memo about these various standards, that's something you would look for before you were to take final action on these requests at the board. Is that what you're requesting, Mr. Chair?
Yep. A written memo, and if you can take a look at the materials that new planning commissioners are given in their orientation, and see how much of that is applicable to the park board. And that's kind of the questions that we're asking here, right? Is how much of that is.
Sure.
And let's try to get the full board on the same page on that.
I'll be glad to work with my co-counsel, Michael Schroeder, on this.
Thanks, Councilor Rice.
Commissioner Bourne. Did you have additional comments, Assistant Superintendent?
I do not. Thank you, Chair Meyer.
Okay. Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. I'm not a member of this committee, but I am a member of the full board that was recessed for a time certain item. And our rules state that committees outside of time certain items follow the full board. So I'm just wondering if the intent of the chair and the board president to follow our board rules tonight, or if the other items in this committee are also time certain. They didn't look like they were on the agenda, but I'm eager to get back to the full board meeting that was scheduled with the public to be occurring right now.
I think that would be a question for Councilor Rice if our rules dictate that. President Colgill and I did have discussions beforehand about whether to proceed with the full planning committee and to decide to do that. I think it would be good if we could, because we do have guests for both this item and the Friends of the Falls item. And it would be nice if we could let them get out before 10 p.m. or however long this meeting goes. So with that, I would ask Councilor Rice if we have a rule dictating otherwise.
Mr. Chair, I believe the question that Commissioner Bourne raised was the recess meant only to consider the public hearing on the Perkins Hill Park matter? I think I would defer to the president of the board in terms of what his intent was when he called for the recess of the board meeting. Was it for the entire committee proceeding, or was it for the matter of just the...
Is for the entire committee proceeding.
Okay.
Council rates, that actually wasn't my question. Do our board rules state that committees follow full board meetings?
They do, let's see, we're in committee still, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bourne, yes, that they do say that. Absent some other, yes, they do.
Okay, so again, I understand that there are some guests waiting. I think the chair could have scheduled some additional time certain items for those guests. I am just eager to get back to the work that I think we also have other members of the community in the audience watching, including hundreds of thousands of dollars in cuts to public funding tonight, that we are taking action on tonight, and we did tell the public we would be taking those votes now. So I would just be excited for the board to follow its rules.
Well,
if the rule is that the committees have to follow, then this is following, and it is standard practice for the full board meeting to sandwich the committee meetings, because oftentimes we have items that come through committee that are time sensitive and need to be considered by the full board. So that is standard practice. So unless a member of the committee is going to make a motion, I would like to proceed with the discussion on this item. Is there any discussion or questions regarding the Blake Schools encroachment request? Seeing none, Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Pass.
President Cogill.
Aye.
Vice Chair Forney.
Aye.
Chair Meyer.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
No.
Thank you.
No. Commissioner French passed.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Secretary Ringgold, can you please return to Commissioner French?
Commissioner French. Commissioner French, did you pass or did you say aye?
I pass.
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner French.
Abstain.
Chair Meyer, you have 4 ayes, 1 abstain.
Thank you. Is there a motion for Resolution 2020-224, a resolution approving the park components of the coordinated plan at the Upper Harbor Terminal?
So moved.
All right. Can we please have a presentation about this from Kate Lamers? I'd like to have the highlights of what's included in this.
Yes, I will, Commissioner Meyer or Chair Meyer, I will just wait for the presentation to pop up. All right, thank you, Chair Meyer, Commissioners. So this resolution for the Upper Harbor Terminal within the Above the Falls Regional Park is approving what we've been calling park components of the coordinated plan. So I just want to start by clarifying that the coordinated plan is kind of a term that the city of Minneapolis is using for sort of what they intend to pass as their plan probably later this summer. And while they're not approving everything within the park, because that would be our job, just for coordination of the overall project, there are some things that they would like to include in their coordinated plan. And they would like the board, I think, to weigh in and note that the park board and the city are in agreement on some of these fundamental basics for us to proceed with planning. So next slide. So the Upper Harbor Terminal, as you know, is a 48-acre project in North Minneapolis on the west bank of the Mississippi River, kind of roughly between the Dowling and Camden bridges. Go ahead, next slide. We're currently in a planning process to determine park improvements. So of that 48 acres, 19.5 acres will be park. And so the reason that we're recommending that we approve this now is that some of the basic design ideas and goals and project goals that are included in this coordinated or in the park improvements sheet are really important for the city and the park board to kind of proceed with a cohesive planning effort. They want to know that we're in agreement on some of these things, and I'll outline them in a little bit more detail, but this is not a legal agreement at this point. This is more like a concept level approval, but it outlines the really important terms that are going to be developed into future agreements. Also, despite the fact that there is some language around, our intentions as far as how we might address some of the existing industrial structures, this does not restrict our options, for the park design or the future of the industrial structure. Next slide. So some of the things that have been articulated in the park improvements document were previously either approved or discussed by the park board. So back with the Above the Falls Regional Park Master Plan that was approved in December of 2019, we had agreed that the park boundary would designate 19.5 acres of parkland. That does not change. That the vehicular parkway, which is shown in gray on this graphic, also serves as a city street. So similar to other parkways, it will have the character and the function of a parkway, and it will be on park land, but there would also be an easement that would allow the city to use this as a street. And one of the bigger changes is probably that, for example, we might have utilities under this. And the general layout of the parkway, partly in response to community engagement and also staff recommendation. In this case, the parkway is very much in keeping with other parkways in the system, where it is kind of the dividing line between public and private development. And so it borders the park, and at no point really does it go behind the private development, so that there is park without a parkway along the river. Next slide. So we've discussed this in the past during some discussion items, but I think the board has never really weighed in that, we're recommending that of the 2018 state bond funds, which was $15 million for public infrastructure, including the park, that the park board would match $6 million of that for a total of a $12 million park project, and the city would take the other $9 million and match that. Both agencies are certainly looking for additional funding, but we don't recommend or feel that we could guarantee a local match that's greater than that at this point. And so we feel this split is very appropriate. And also that connections into the park and a public space are very important. So since the park board is providing those basic connections, as Dowling Avenue is a current connection, and as we hope that 33rd Avenue to the south will open up, that the park board is committed to providing public access in and through this project. The general first phase development would be the primary park area. Again, something that has been discussed widely because of Dowling Avenue being the sole access at this point. And also stormwater management collaboration. This collaboration is happening right now. Basically, we're discussing options for regional and district stormwater management and how the park can be part of those more ecological solutions. But there would not be any construction or final agreements for this without kind of a much more detailed plan in place and then buy-in from all the partners. So this would certainly come back to the board at some point in the future. Next slide. So again, with the industrial structures that we kind of inherit on the parkland, and you can see most of them there, that does not include the warehouse, which you see with the number 54 in the background, but it does include most of the domes, the grain elevators, the overhead conveyors. We're not committing to a specific plan, but we have identified some of the structures that we think have some potential use value. Those are in green. We're not 100% that those are the only ones that might have some reuse value, and we're definitely not sure that we would want to try to reuse all of them, but we do want to explore them further. The structures themselves, what we're looking at is everything from community input to, value and just value to the park and the experience, or possible temporary value as like storage or something as we kind of build out this park is what would drive our decisions. And again, with industrial structures, there's quite a bit that we don't know yet. So what we need to do at this point is kind of really coordinate with the city and articulate, what our plans are moving forward, which we can easily commit to as long as we're not being held to anything in particular. Part of the reason that the city needs us to also articulate what we're doing is looking at the industrial structures is part of kind of a whole larger area plan. It has impacts to their development. It has impacts to the regulatory process. And so it's just a lot of coordination is needed. Next slide. So where we're at is tomorrow actually, at a public Zoom meeting, we're going to release draft concepts. And then we intend to do quite a bit of engagement to try and take input on those draft park concepts and refine those into a preferred alternative and first phase of improvements. We anticipate likely coming back to the board possibly in August for concept plan approval, and that is actually about the same time that the city is hoping to look at their coordinated plan approval. And this sheet would be contained within their coordinated plan approval, along with just some other general summary language about the park and the city and the development coordination. And that is everything, if you have any questions.
Thank you. Do commissioners have any questions or discussion? Not seeing anyone's hands raised, but I do have one. You mentioned that the vehicular bikeway will be treated as a city street. Who will actually own the street? Because that was actually something that came up in the Planning Commission last week in regard to the site of Broadway Pizza, that they made some certain initial decisions about how to approach the parkway, and it was consequential to that the city owned Westover Road and not the park board. So what are the plans for the ownership right now?
The ownership of the land is the park board. And so the purpose of that is if at some point there was not a need for it to be a city street as well as a park board, and there was an easement, there would be an easement now currently that the city would have over this, that, so that they could make sure that it can continue to operate as a street for them. But if at some point it did not need to be a city street as well as a parkway, and just, for example, things changed as the land changed on the other side, maybe something changed, for example, with that existing rail line that's used there now or something, then at that case, ownership, like full ownership, could go back to the park board since it is on park board land. And this is different oftentimes than other right-of-ways, where often land ownership, if the city vacates the right-of-way, may be split between the two adjacent landowners. In this case, it would all come back to the park board.
Thank you. Commissioner Severson.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. Quick question. How much is it going to be to remove the elevators, storage domes, and conveyors? Like, if we just removed everything, how much would that cost be?
Well, you have to kind of define move everything. So I can define that a little bit. Generally, and part of the reason I hesitate, Commissioner Severson, is because it's very unlikely that we would ever want to go in and just completely clear the site. For one thing, certain things like, for example, some of the concrete pads that they sit on or footings might be very expensive to remove, but might be valuable to reuse. But other things like the river wall, for example, or some of the mooring cells in the river have a pretty long lifespan, and to go in and remove them now would be to incur a lot of costs very early on, without much kind of impact or improvement to the project or something. So I absolutely.
Can I rephrase my question then? How much? How much would it cost to remove the grain elevators, the storage domes, and the conveyors?
Roughly to remove most of the surface, like generally to give us a fairly clear site, would probably be around $4.5 million is kind of our best estimates right now. And that might not be 100% removable, but basically to give us a pretty clear, usable park site is, I think, what you are asking. We are not likely to propose that we would spend all of that in the first phase. Some of those, partly because we think some of them have reuse value, and partly because some of them are in good enough condition that we think there might be some merit in not removing everything right away to allow us to provide more park amenities.
So
But that is one of the decisions
what's
that
going
gets
to cost to preserve some of the structures that you think are reusable or have value?
So again, that's one of those things that varies quite a bit in how much, in what we do to them. And this is something that we're discussing a lot with the concepts, and we'll bring back a recommendation. But basically, with almost every industrial structure, there's kind of a sliding scale of things that you could do. You know, some of them we could preserve in place for very little money. You know, we think that they're relatively stable. They don't seem to be really having any particular negative effects, but they take up space. They impact visibility in the park, and those sorts of things. And so more likely we would not want to really preserve them so much as we would want to adapt them and reuse them. And so the expenses around that vary quite a bit in what we would try to adapt them into. Some things, you know, in theory, we could adapt like a dome into an indoor space. People have asked if we could put a restaurant inside, and we could, but certain uses like that might be so cost prohibitive that they would be very impractical. Whereas the temporary use of a dome for storage, for example, until we're ready to, say, build a public building at some point or have a more permanent solution towards storage, might be a much wiser use of money. So we could just kind of go up and up and up, but it doesn't have to be that expensive.
So are you saying it would be more affordable for us to keep some of the current structures than it is to knock them down?
Yes, we believe so if we're able to reuse them. So, not necessarily, it's not necessarily cheaper to adapt one of those structures than it is to tear it down. But when you also account for the cost of what it would take to build new storage, for example, then we do think that there might be some cost savings kind of in that overall plan. But all of those are tied together.
Okay, one last question. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention this from my predecessor who's been on my heels about this. The power line that crosses over the river, are we doing anything with that?
Commissioner Severson, the park board is not, but the city of Minneapolis is working on a plan to move the power line. So basically the power line right now kind of bisects the site, and it's sort of right in the middle of everything. And the current plan is to move it back along the railroad tracks, basically where railroad tracks and the power line are kind of share a corridor a little bit more and have less impact on the project overall. That current plan too, which we discussed at an earlier community engagement meeting, does not put a pole down on the parkland. The power line goes over a corner of it, but it basically is about as minimal of an impact to the park as we could possibly get.
All right, well, the reminder that I'm always given, if this was in Southwest Minneapolis or in South Minneapolis or other places, that would be buried underneath the river or wherever it needed to be. So I know that's very expensive, and you know I have talked about that, but I just wanted that on public record. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Are there any further questions or comments? Seeing none, Secretary will please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Did you hear me?
I did, thank you. President Cogill.
Aye.
Vice Chair Forney.
Aye.
Chair Meyer.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
Thank you. Next, we have a presentation from Friends of the Falls. Do we have Mark Andrew with us yet?
Yes.
Great.
Yeah,
actually,
Bill.
Yeah, I forgot. Do we want to start with Mark or with Tracy? I forgot.
Oh, hi, Mr. Chairman. I guess I can be happy to kick it off. And
okay, great.
Thank you very much. Are we going to have the slide presentation up? I've been getting mixed signals on that. but I'll presume something is going to pop up. But let me start out by introducing the committee to our newly named organization, which is now Friends of the Falls. So we did that, Mr. Chair, in recognition of the fact that, well, the original name was lousy. Let's get down to that. And then also acknowledge that the Falls, I think, evokes a much stronger sense of the river and the footprint that we want to have an impact on, and that would be the entire St. Anthony Falls Historic District. And our organization has really evolved, and I know you know that the Minneapolis Park Board actually was the first agency to take a position in support of a portion of our project, that being the visitor center, and that was all the way back in 2015, and we've worked closely but semi-independently from the Park Board with a very close relationship with the Minneapolis Parks Foundation. And I know, Mr. Chair and members, that you're very, very much aware that our founder, Paul Riles, has been a major benefactor to the waterworks and the riverfront projects, and has really committed his retirement life and a lot of his personal largesse toward making the riverfront better and more vibrant and improving our Minneapolis park system. And so it was a natural thing for me to want to join with the Friends of the Falls and build on the amazing work that Kirsty has done as for several years the only staff person to the Friends. Mr. Chairman, I think if it's okay with you, I'd like to just talk just for a couple minutes about the vision and what it is we're trying to do, because it's a terribly exciting vision, and we really want to accomplish several things in this next iteration of the life of our little nonprofit. The first goal that we have is to make sure that we open up the river to be able to connect not only on the river, but to create opportunities to get upstream and upriver to other neighborhoods, especially to the north, but all along the Mississippi riverfront in Minneapolis. Another primary goal in our vision for the future is to assure that the Lock and Dam site itself becomes a gateway to stimulate recreational opportunities both on site and on the river, and to harness the value of the Lock and Dam to seamlessly integrate and complement the amazing work the Park Board has championed with the Waterworks project. And we think that we know that there's a remarkable opportunity for the Waterworks and the Lock and Dam site to integrate seamlessly in a way that will feel like one unit that delivers a lot of amenities to that area. The history of it, the culture of it, the storytelling opportunities, expanding the history storytelling from 150 years when the Europeans got here to thousands of years to recognize the deep contribution that Dakota primarily have made to the riverfront and do the storytelling around that. That's why when the Minneapolis Park Board was the first public agency to actually proactively endorse creating a visitor center at the Lock and Dam on the river, we want to take that idea, that vision that you helped to create, and we want to build on it and make it more than just a visitor center. And one of our key objectives is to, through our community engagement process, come up with the ways, the ideas, the strategies for us to build a major Native American element into this process. And we have been so committed to telling the Native American story through this project that we are actually transforming our board and diversifying our board with far more voices from the indigenous peoples who occupied this land 12,000 years ago and their ancestors. And we have also qualified for a grant that we applied for through the Minnesota Historical Society that allows us to hire somebody to come in and help us do the storytelling during the community engagement process. So we are going to be bringing in NACD, people who know that organization, the Native American Community Development Institute and Robert Lilligren, and they are going to help liaison and help work with the Parks Foundation, our organization, and other groups that are working on the parks to assure that that story is told. The last thing I wanted to say, Mr. Chairman, in recognition of the shortness of time, is I wanted to find out if we could have Kirsty talk a little bit about the community engagement planning that we are doing, because we are right on the verge of rolling out our community engagement program. This is the first park board presentation we've made. We're very early in the process, but with your permission, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, I'd ask that Kirsty provide a very brief summary of what we're doing on community engagement.
Yes, please do. And are we able to get the slides up? Do we have a technical issue with that?
I believe I can share my screen if that's allowed. It sounds like there might be a technical issue on that end, but I do have the deck up if that's possible. Is that okay?
Excuse me, Chair Meyer, we did have an issue with the slides not being in the drive. I'm going to make an exception due to kind of Zoom bombing rules. We really don't do this, but Kirsty, we trust you. We'll let you put it up. Please take care.
Thank you. Thank you. It is exactly the deck that was shared a couple of days ago. No changes. So hopefully we'll have no issues here. And I will share that. And I am going to walk through a little bit in advance of our engagement slides. And I know, sorry about the technical difficulty, everybody. Let me get to full screen mode. So the Falls Initiative, you heard from Mark, we're now Friends of the Falls. And you also heard our gratitude for your past support and past support of the board. We wanted to let you know about some upcoming milestones as we work toward implementing this project. There is a pending bill at the state legislature for $2.8 million for early capital improvements on the site. That's through the LCCMR. And of course, just this coming month in June, we're expecting a public comment period on the release of the draft disposition study from the Corps of Engineers. We're hoping that there's a huge response to that, encouraging the Corps to recommend support for the community's vision for the site. We are working with the city of Minneapolis on a pending bill in Congress, again, trying to clarify intent around the future of the site. And working with the city on how we will work together with them on implementing plans for the upper lock. We're here because we're also interested, of course, in working with you, actively coordinating with MPRB. We understand, as you do, that the Falls and Waterworks Phase 2 will be experienced as one seamless place, and that we need to work together with you to realize that vision. Mark introduced this incredible leap forward we've made in terms of engagement and building relationships with indigenous interests, particularly the Dakota, and particularly with NACD. We're also very interested in the natural systems on the site and natural restoration. And of course, we all understand the well-known industrial history of the site as the birthplace of Minneapolis. We're going to skip that. This again, Mark said it, I'll say it again, the park board adopted the first plan guiding this as a visitor center. That was the Central Riverfront Regional Park Master Plan. Since that time, so many things have happened in terms of government actions, in terms of coalition building, community support, to get us to today, when we're finally ready to really launch a huge public engagement process and open this up to the general public. we're feeling very confident about site control, and so we think it's time to start the public conversation in earnest. And the fact that it really looks very good for us to have that LCCMR funding enacted this year, even better, because earlier than we anticipated, we hope to be able to bring people to the riverfront with improvements like trail connectivity, wayfinding, lighting, natural restoration. The engagement process is already underway. It's why we're here. Mark and I have been making the rounds, talking with neighborhood associations, business organizations, and getting the word out that this process is beginning. On June 1st, we'll be putting our website out with a lot more information about how people can engage. And we're in an arc of engagement that is leading toward having some sort of a preferred concept by February of 2021 to be released at the Community Connections Conference. You know, we're open to absolutely any ideas. We have really backed up from where our former selves, Friends of the Lock and Dam, were about a year ago, when we had come out with a vision that was just ahead of the community's ability to fully engage. And so what we've done is really backed off from that and said, look, you know, we can't decide anything about the program, about the site organization, about the design until we've had a full and inclusive community engagement. And so our messages, imagine what it could be, help us decide. This is, of course, the site right at the heart of the Central Riverfront at St. Anthony Falls. And you can see it flanked by really Park Board property, Minneapolis parks, and connected in a very nice way on Portland Avenue to the Commons. So it really is a jewel on the Central Riverfront. The inset on the upper left shows that it's also going to be an amazing jumping off point to get north to the Upper Harbor Terminal. And that will not only be a green connection, but a blue connection with water taxi, canoes, and kayaks. The site itself, as we understand it, is here. So it is not only the land abutting the lock, but also the stone jetty to the south and the guide walls to the north, and that point of access that goes under the 3rd Avenue Bridge. We're interested in opening that up so that folks can come in with boats. The site abuts Waterworks Park, and particularly Phase 2. So we're here because we think that's incredibly important, and we want to be in direct coordination with the Park Board on the design and programming of the falls, such that people perceive it as that one seamless place.
Kirsty, you might want to mention also that $2.8 million from LCCMR, if it happens, that is early enhancements money, and we can strategically plan and design these enhancements in partnership with the Park Board and with the foundation in ways that will probably result in some cost savings for these projects. So we can be very strategic with that money, especially with Waterworks Park.
Absolutely. That's a really important point. Again, a great reason for strong coordination is there is early money on the table. Here you are front and center with the Central Mississippi Riverfront Regional Park Master Plan as really the first expression of this intent, flanked, of course, by numerous other entities who have since adopted plans underscoring that intent. And we like to see ourselves as really the implementers of the community vision, which is what makes this current process so important. We have had a strong coalition of organizations participating now for years, really helping us to achieve some of the government actions that have been required and to demonstrate constituency and to envision programs of the future. That coalition includes neighborhood groups, programming entities, parks organizations, heritage organizations. It's really been broad and deep. The site as it is today is not much to look at. It's mostly a parking lot. There at number 4, you can see a fairly significant gravel pile. And so you know, the National Park Service has taken up residence in the historic tower at number 3 to provide people access to the top of the walk. But there's a lot that can be done to make this really a special place for people. And I'm going to let Mark speak to these last few slides. Mark, you want to take it away from here?
Yep, this is a rendering. This is Spirit Island. So there used to be a Spirit Island. It is a sacred place to the Dakota. And when the Europeans came, eventually this site got quarried to death. And a lot of the rock was used probably in the construction of the Stone Arch Bridge. None of us would be surprised if some of the quarry also got used to reinforce the stone jetty that you saw in an earlier slide, part of the Army Corps of Engineers site. And this particular visual comes from Andrea Carlson, who is an artist and a writer who writes very movingly and expresses herself movingly about the loss of this sacred site. And this also is part of a still image from The Uncompromising Hand, which also notes the existence and then the removal of Spirit Island. We can't really have an agenda, Mr. Chairman and members, until we go through a vigorous public engagement process. And we know that doing public engagement is difficult in an era where engaging with the public is illegal much of the time. But we are laser focused on making sure that our engagement efforts include every opportunity to solicit the input from diverse communities, not just Native American, not just Dakota, not just the other tribes of the 11 tribes in our state, but all communities, all neighborhoods, all stakeholders. And we know that we can have a successful project if we have a successful process. But we believe that creating the opportunity to give voice to these communities of color in the decision-making process is what is going to resonate to the public and allow us to move forward with this project. What we're seeing here in this particular slide is David Sherman's sous chef. Of course, that's going in part of phase 1 waterworks, but you can just see how all of these components play together on this portion of the riverfront, and what an incredible national and potentially even international site this is going to be for all of the things that we want to see happening at the river, historically, culturally, socially, recreationally, environmentally, and educationally. All of those crucial values can be given voice if we're able to do this project. So as we come to the end of our presentation, we're asking the committee and ultimately the full board to consider a couple of actions. One goal is to make sure that Waterworks Park and the falls are seamlessly designed and programmed. And we would hope for a resolution from the board in support of the Falls Initiative and staff direction to coordinate with the Friends of the Falls and the City of Minneapolis on design and engagement. And I will say we've already had several very productive meetings with the superintendent and a couple of meetings with Kate Lamers, and there's already been a commitment made to help notify the public of meetings and to attend the meetings. We want to have as much participation, interaction, and input from the park board as we can possibly get. And so we're hoping that we can get a resolution to get that staff direction. The second goal is to support the implementation of the community's vision on the Central Riverfront. And we're asking for staff direction to prepare park board comments for submission to the public comment period that is now happening with the Army Corps of Engineers. So they have a draft disposition study that is due out in a matter of days. the city of Minneapolis has joined with us to agree on language that we are pursuing in Congress to get our congressional delegation to support legislation that will allow for the disposition. And it would be enormously helpful if we could get the MPRB submission of a public comment period supporting the disposition from the Army Corps of the lock and dam to the city of Minneapolis. So those are the things we hope we get in the short term. In the long term, we hope we continue to have a strong relationship with the Park Board and work together on this potentially huge asset for our city.
Thank you so much. Do commissioners have questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll make some. I'm very pleased with the changes and the direction that you have made. I think they're all fantastic. I really appreciate the emphasis on Native American history and Spirit Island. I also really appreciate that there's no longer a huge amount of parking included on the project. In fact, zero proposed parking. That was what I anticipated going into this. I thought that was going to be what I was going to focus my discussion on, because I would like to see that area be more pedestrian focused, and there are several large parking garages nearby. So I'm extremely happy with that change in direction, and very eager to show our support. As to your two requests from us, I think I'm going to refer those to the Intergovernmental Committee, but I would ask the staff to draft a resolution to show our support for the Falls Initiative, and to draft a letter commenting to the Army Corps of Engineers. And that one is really important because Crown Hydro has reemerged. We were premature in celebrating its demise because they appealed, and we need to do our part to take a stand against it.
Thank you, Chairman.
I do see Commissioner Forney.
Thank you, Chair Meyer, and thank you both Mark and Chair C. I get very, very excited about anything that DeCourse does to the relates to the river. I have to ask the question if anybody has any idea of where the wishbone is.
I've had some very informal conversations, but weeks ago with the county, and at that point in time, it was indicated to me that there was probably not, in light of the coronavirus, probably not an appetite on the county board to appropriate study funds. So I don't think that is going to happen. So I think right now things are kind of as they've been for the last couple of months.
Thank you for that update. I much prefer the route that you're going, and the vision that you seem to be putting forth, which is not literally and figuratively a concrete vision. So that's really essential, that this isn't anything that's been set in stone the way I've interpreted things. And so I should also point out, thank you, Paul Riles. Thank you. Anyway, by the way, Chair, I would suggest when you're talking about the falls, let's not call it a jumping off point.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. I had to pull that out. And I also have to ask staff, somebody, do we still have a contract that we are the ones who are doing the bathrooms at the visitor center? Does anybody know? Well,
I think you, well, I think you do, but it's not, I don't know. You better ask someone at the park board.
I believe that we do. And so, literally and figuratively, once again, we do have a huge hand in this. And so it really does excite me. And so I do support the resolutions that you're putting forward, whether or not we do it in planning, whether we do it in a governmental, I guess I'm not sure why, we would do that, but I would like us to articulate our support and, our continued engagement collaboratively with you. Because as far as I'm concerned, yes, this is the future of the city. I do hope that along with all of this, that we will be changing the name of the city, that it's not the City of Lakes, that it's the City of the Mississippi. So thank you very much for your efforts. Good to see you both.
You too, Meg. Thank you. Commissioner Forney.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, is there a
Commissioner
motion to
Meyer,
adjourn?
maybe I would like to just quickly say thank you for the presentation, Kirsty, and thank you, Mr. Andrew. I really like the approach and thinking that's going on here. It's really community-driven thinking, and it's aspirational, but it's grounded in multiple histories, and that deeply appreciate that approach. So thank you very much. Looking forward to the next steps.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
Vice Chair Forney.
Aye.
Chair Meyer.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
Thank you. We are adjourned.
Reconvening the regular meeting of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board, moving into the reports of standing committees. We are now at the Planning Committee. I will turn it over to Chair Meyer.
Thank you. And making note that I do intend to make a motion to table this item, but I will move it forward in order to give opportunity to discuss it. So I will move Resolution 2020-204, a resolution approving a second amendment to, sorry, what's the third one? No, I'm sorry. A resolution 2020-206, a resolution approving encroachment permit for use of 92 square feet of land in front of the subject property at 2388 West Lake of the Isles Parkway, encroaching upon parkland at West Lake of the Isles Parkway within Minneapolis Chain of Lakes Regional Park, and collecting appropriate fees associated with this encroachment.
The resolution has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
The resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Commissioner Forney? Or did you have your hand up, Commissioner Forney?
I did,
Okay.
I did. And I guess I have a couple of questions. Do we have any idea when this application was initially submitted? While we're...
I'll ask Ms. Downey to answer that question.
Yeah, Commissioner Forney and President Cogill. Just 1 second, I'll have to check one in my folder. I apologize. I don't know the exact date of the application, but I can find out.
The reason why I raised this is that, in your presentation, you did talk about us being timely with these things. And it seems to me that this application has been, out there for some time, but because we, are in COVID, our meetings got delayed and attending to this. And so I would like us to be timely. I understand that there's an interest in maybe tabling this. I would encourage people to move this forward.
Yes, I believe that the attachment that has the permit application is attachment B, and I'm going to try to open it from our, it was actually March 10th that the application was submitted, or dated at least.
So it's been, over 2 months, and I just feel that it needs our attention.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner Bourne, for the first time.
Thank you, President Cogill. Ms. Downey, during the construction, during the construction, is there going to be, are they going to have like a skid steer or anything like on the parkway? Can you pull up the map for us of the encroachment?
Okay, just one moment. Secretary Ringo, do you have the presentation for this particular item?
Christine Downey, I'll bring it up just 1 second.
And I believe we have Mr. Kramer, who is the contractor on for the property owner. I believe he should be on the call also. I don't know from my list, which is pretty long, so I'm not sure if he's still on the line.
Hi, I'm Chris with Al Kramer Company.
So are you able to answer the question?
Yeah.
Their question regarding that?
It's going to be a walk behind small skid steer to, we got to demo the stone off there, so we got to be able to put it in a dump truck. The dump truck will be on 24th Avenue. So it'll be more of a walk behind little skid steer, so it's not a big one that's going to be on there.
Okay. So Ms. Downey, the encroachment, is this just validating an undocumented encroachment that exists right now, or is there a permanent expansion onto the parkway?
I think using the language you use, yes, you're right. It is an undocumented encroachment. There are a number of encroachments along, for example, Lake Leal Parkway that have been there for a number of years. For example, in this case, perhaps even since the actual home was built, the retaining wall was probably built exactly when the home was built. It's about a foot out into parkland. As I had probably discussed on the last time I did the presentation, it's about a little bit more than a foot onto parkland, and the length of it was about 84 feet in length in terms of the encroachment onto parkland. So the 92 feet is the total square footage of the encroachment.
So
it's almost, the encroachment has been in length as long as the home has been on that particular lot. So it is an undocumented one that they are actually becoming compliant by paying for the encroachment. And then if the board approves this, signs it, the property owner would also sign it. And as we had probably discussed before, I am trying to be as good as possible of having all the encroachments be recorded by the county, have the homeowners to record them at the county so that there is always documentation of these encroachments. I know we've in the past had difficulty in terms of finding the encroachments, but one of the things that we've been requiring of the property owners is to have them recorded with the county. So in the event that the park board can't find a copy and property owners can't, that the county will also have a copy of it.
That is, no, and your work moving forward with us has been pretty phenomenal in that regard. So thank you for that. But I'm just wondering, if they're already planning on rebuilding a 100-foot or a 100-year-old retaining wall, why don't they just build it on their land? And why aren't we just doing a temporary construction easement for them to put the wall back on their land if it needs?
So it's actually not rebuilding the wall. It's actually just the facade. The wall itself is made of concrete blocks, and they're just redoing the facade.
Okay.
So the wall is actually not being rebuilt. It's just the face of the wall.
Okay.
So it's just a concrete block wall, and it's the pretty stone that's making it look a lot more lovely than it is. So
no, that makes sense. I mean, I guess I will just say I don't think I'm in support of this in general. I mean, if the property owner is doing a big enough project that requires a skid steer, it's probably, and it's a 100-year-old wall, it's getting close to the end of its life anyway. This is a perfect opportunity in the near future to be reclaiming this land. And I think the public value of having that land back in the system exceeds the $800 encroachment fee. I don't even know how to begin to calculate that back going over the last 100 years. And then, I mean, just as far as the urgency to do it right now, I mean, we just spent $250,000 for people to have extra room for the next couple of months around the chain of lakes, and that's $250,000 we don't have. I don't know if I want to drop some skid steers in that area during this time, and that just seems like we're chasing for $800. I don't even know how much enjoyment we're taking out of the public realm when we just spent $250,000 to add more space along the parkway, and this just seems counterintuitive. So, I mean, I will certainly support a motion to table it, but I'm also, when it comes back, I guess I don't really see a compelling reason to bring this forward at the time. I mean, they're going to have to fix a 100-year-old wall sooner than later, and when they fix that, we can put it back on parkland, or we can take the parkland back. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Are there any other comments or questions? Commissioner Meyer.
Mine is a motion, so hopefully people are done with. I see Commissioner French has his hand up.
Commissioner French.
How long have the current owners owned the house?
They just bought it last fall.
And how long did the previous owner own the house?
That I'm not sure.
Okay. I guess my big hurdle in this is the fact that once again we have people who decide to ask for forgiveness instead of permission in the first place. And I know it probably happened years ago, but it's who's asking sometimes, and who's not asking, and who has privilege and who doesn't have privilege. So I'm gonna have a hard time supporting this right now, especially when some of the past decisions about land and acquisitions of land have been very tedious and not equitable. So I'm probably not going to be supportive of this right now.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. I would move to table this item until such time the MPW staff can provide the Board of Commissioners a written memorandum providing guidance on how to approach encroachment requests.
There's been a motion to table. Is there a second?
Second.
There's been a motion and a second to table. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Commissioner Bourne.
I will abstain.
Commissioner Musich.
No.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner French.
Aye.
Hello?
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
No.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
No.
You have 5 ayes, 3 nays, 1 abstain.
Resolution 2022-06 has been tabled. Moving on, Chair Meyer.
I move resolution 2022-08, a resolution concurring with the de minimis finding by the Federal Highway Administration related to the West Broadway Avenue Bridges reconstruction project adjacent to and within Theodore Worth Parkway and Victory Memorial Parkway.
Second.
Resolution 2208 has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or questions from commissioners? Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll on Resolution 2020-208.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
Resolution 2020-208 carries. Chair Meyer.
I move Resolution 2020-209, a resolution approving the concept plan for a splash pad and site improvements at Victory Park.
Second.
Resolution 2020-209 has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or questions from commissioners? Any discussion?
I have my hand raised.
Commissioner French?
No.
Sorry, I'm not seeing. Commissioner Severson? Commissioner Severson.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you, President Cowgill. So this has been weighing tough on me again. The executive director reached out to me among many other folks, and Andy did a good job explaining this today. This is one of the situations where it feels like it's a 50-50 deal, and it's just a tough decision, but I'm going to move forward, and I would encourage you guys to support this resolution.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll ask Secretary to please take the roll on Resolution 2020-209.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
Resolution 2020-209 carries. Moving on, Commissioner Meyer, Chair Meyer.
I move Resolution 2020-210, a resolution granting temporary construction easements to the Minnesota Department of Transportation for bridge purposes in Central Mississippi Riverfront Regional Park.
The resolution has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
The resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. Is there anybody from MnDOT here this evening that can speak to this?
I'll turn that over to Ms. Downey. I believe that Mr. Hoberg is here from MnDOT. Is that true?
Yes, he should be on the call. I can't see from all my participants whether he is or not.
Yeah.
Still on
Mr.
the call.
Yes, I'm here.
And I'm sorry, I don't have your name listed on the agenda. Can you say your name for me one more time?
Chris Holberg.
Oh, there, it just popped up. Thank you, Mr. Holberg. I do have some concerns about MnDOT's ability to manage a construction easement in a Minneapolis park. Right now, MnDOT is operating and has a construction site on the 28th Street tot lot. And it is one of the most inhumane conditions in the city of Minneapolis right now, and one of the biggest public health crises in the city of Minneapolis. I think beyond the close to 100 residents of the encampment risk for COVID. There's a risk of cholera. There's a risk of typhoid with just a lack of basic humanitarian conditions. There's like feces in the middle of the city's public right of way. So I'm just, what is going to happen, and can you explain MnDOT's humanitarian treatment on the 28th Street tot lot if those situations were to replicate themselves in this construction easement on parkland? How would MnDOT humanely provide some dignified solutions for the folks that may end up having no better choice than to encamp on this construction?
I apologize for not being, I guess, fully up to speed on the situation at 28th. What I can say about this particular site and the easements that we're looking for here, it'll be a secure site, a construction site. We'll have the area fenced off. Certainly, if there's some additional concerns, we are happy to continue to work with staff to I guess, correct any issues that you find on site. But it would be my expectation that, given that it would be part of an active construction site, and we do acknowledge the fact that site security is going to be a pretty significant concern here. Given the bridge and its just the way that it's kind of built, access needs to be restricted to prevent people from getting out into that construction site. So I don't know if that fully answers your question. If there's anything else I can kind of shed some light on, I'm happy to do my best there.
I appreciate the response, but it doesn't address my concerns. There's been a MnDOT easement at the 28th Street tot lot, one of our parks, for a couple of years now, and for 3 months there have been the most inhumane treatment of the inhabitants of that encampment. And it just doesn't seem like there's any movement to give a homeless person the dignity of being able to wash their hands, or the homeless person the dignity of being able to use a porta potty, which then in turn puts everybody in the surrounding residential areas at risk for cholera, typhoid, COVID. And in conversations with the Whittier Alliance, multiple neighbors, it just doesn't seem like MnDOT or the city of Minneapolis has any interest in maintaining dignified sanitary conditions near their construction sites. So I'd like to believe this would be different, but I just have no evidence to believe that it would be different. So I personally won't be supporting this tonight until I see an action plan to treat the inhabitants on the MnDOT easement on the 28th Street tot lot with some human dignity and human respect. And I just unfortunately have not seen that so far.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Are there any other comments or questions on Resolution 2020-210? Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll on the resolution.
Commissioner Bourne,
No.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Abstain.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan, Commissioner Hassan, Commissioner French,
Abstain.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Hassan. President Cogill, you have 5 ayes, 1 nay, 2 abstain, and 1 absent.
Thank you. The resolution carries.
Mr. President.
Is it
Point of
easement?
order, President
The
Cogill.
resolution does not carry. Because we need 6 votes for construction easement. Moving on, we have resolution 2020-212.
President Cogill, you have a point of order on the floor you need to address.
Point of order, yes. Is that Commissioner Bourne?
No, I think the president has addressed it already.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Back to Commissioner Meyer.
Move resolution 2020-212, a resolution granting Amendment 1 to temporary construction easement to the City of Minneapolis for 10th Avenue Bridge purposes in Central Mississippi Riverfront Regional Park.
The resolution has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
The resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Bourne?
Thank you, President Cogill. Is there anybody from the city of Minneapolis here to discuss this item?
I will turn that over to Ms. Downey and any other guests that she has to discuss this resolution.
I'm sorry, there should also be someone from the city. There should be Meseret.
Yes, I am here, Meseret Olana with City of Minneapolis Public Works.
Thank you. And could you say your name for me one more time, please?
Meseret, Meseret, first name, last name Wolana, Wolana.
Mr. Wolana, thank you. I have a similar question that I just posed to the folks from the county. The city of Minneapolis has been in the works for months and months and months now to maintain the public right-of-way near the 28th Street top lot where there is a construction easement granted to MnDOT. Recently, it sounds like the city officials prohibited donors from placing hygiene stations at what is right now one of the most at-risk encampments in the city. There are, I don't know if this is in your jurisdiction or not, but if you go down the public right-of-way on either the alley or Stevens Avenue, you'll find feces and a lot of, you'll just find a lot of things that you wouldn't find in Linden Hills or other parts of my district or other parts of President Cogill's district. Timing to clean those up has been infrequent to non-existent. There's a opportunity to put a water station to give people some basic dignity of hygiene 20 feet away from the encampment at a hydrant, but that hasn't been turned on yet. I'm wondering if the city has that type of track record for inhumane treatment of residents of homeless encampments at and near their construction right-of-ways, what would happen and how would the city respond differently if an encampment emerged at the Mississippi Riverfront Regional Park? And what would the city do to provide humanitarian treatment to folks that may choose to encamp there?
Well, currently, we began the 10th Avenue Bridge sometime last year in the fall, and the area has been secured. And even at the event of what we have right now with COVID-19, we haven't encountered on to that at this time, but the area seems to be secured, and we haven't seen that. But unfortunately, the 28th, I am not familiar with that to speak on. But we're not seeing that on 10th Avenue Bridge project, and we're doing our best to mitigate any issue if it arises.
Would mitigating an issue, because there wasn't an encampment at the 28th Street tot lot until there was an encampment on the 28th Street tot lot. So would mitigating an issue? So I'm less concerned with security, and I'm more concerned with humane, dignified treatment of the people that may not have a better place to go. So would mitigating that, if there was an encampment that popped up tomorrow, would mitigating that include dignified solutions like a hand washing station or a porta potty?
At this time, I think we have to look into what kind of treatment we're going to have on that in that area. Our first concern will be safety for sure. That's why we would like to have the area being secure. But if there is any incident happen to that extent, I think we can. I can't promise that we'll do that right away, but we could look into it though.
Okay,
what we could do, yeah.
I do appreciate the response. I'm not convinced. Again, I don't have evidence that that Public Works response here would be any more humanitarian to the inhabitants of a potential camp or residents nearby a potential camp, would be any more dignified and humanitarian than it is to the inhabitants and the folks that are fortunate enough to live in houses near the 28th tot lot on Stevens Avenue. So I don't have any evidence that the city will be, I'd love to see some evidence that there's some humane treatment of folks on construction access sites that the city and MnDOT operate, but I don't have that evidence tonight, so I won't be supporting this.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Are there any other comments on Resolution 2020-212 from any commissioners? Any comments here? Okay, well, I'll just say a couple of things here. I'm somewhat troubled that the integrity of our partners at the city and MnDOT to do the best they can with their spaces and treat people with dignity is being called into question. The city has done a pretty substantial amount of work to provide support for people experiencing homelessness, and that work is ongoing. I don't think that undercutting a construction easement that has been developed in good faith for work that benefits the public is the way to get at what is certainly a very critical issue. I look forward to continued constructive development of plans for how the park board can work in consultation with the city and with the county to more fully address issues that are going on around our city with folks experiencing homelessness, including the 28th Street tot lot location. So that is my position right now on this particular resolution. Commissioner Bourne for the second time.
For the second time, and I'll be brief just in response. We vacated the 28th Street tot lot for temporary construction in good faith. And the city and MnDOT's response, while they're doing a lot of work for different areas of town, they're not doing that work here. and I don't want to be complacent in that failure. And I think having 50 homeless people not able to wash their hands in an encampment 20 feet away from a fire hydrant that can be turned on with a Tap Minneapolis piece fixture is a failure of leadership at the highest level of the city. And I don't want to be part of that. I would love the city and MnDOT to come up with some better plans. I'm really nervous about giving this easement in good faith and seeing what will happen and seeing a repeat of what happened with the 23 spot lot that we vacated in good faith. So I would encourage my colleagues not to support this.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Are there any other comments or questions from commissioners? Seeing none, I'll ask the Secretary to take the roll on Resolution 2020-212.
Commissioner Bourne,
No.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Pass.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan, Commissioner French,
Staying.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Abstain.
Commissioner Hassan. You have 5 ayes, 1 nay, 2 abstain, 1 absent.
Thank you. That resolution does not carry. Moving into unfinished business, we have a discussion item. I'm going to turn this over to Superintendent Bangora and his team to talk about a variety of aspects of our response to the COVID-19 pandemic and updates to how the park system is moving forward. So Superintendent Bangora, take it away.
Thank you, President Cogill and commissioners. Of course, President Cogill just stated that we're going to give an update on the response and planning around the COVID pandemic, COVID-19. And with that, I'll just go to the next slide and walk through some of the information that's on there. So, thank you. So on Monday, the governor's executive order 2056 went into effect, shifting his stay-at-home order to Stay Safe Minnesota as he moved to really safely reopen Minnesota's economy to ensure safe non-work activities. The executive order 2056, the governor encourages public outdoor recreation facilities be open for families and children, and directs all individuals utilizing these facilities or these facilities to follow the Department of Natural Resources outdoor recreation guidelines, which were updated again on Monday. These guidelines, which were updated just on Monday, May 18th, includes the following guidelines for the public. Park visitors, first bullet point, park visitors should practice social distancing of at least 6 feet, except for members of the same family. If it's not possible to maintain social distancing throughout the activity, such as while playing a sport like basketball or volleyball, where participants are often in close proximity to each other, then park visitors should only participate in that activity with members of their household. Next point is that park visitors should keep in mind that even activities and sports that are typically thought of as non-contact, such as doubles tennis or pickleball, may require special accommodations to allow for social distancing. And what that would refer to is congregating outside the courts before you come play, for example. Not necessarily the activity, but the congregation of people before they play. Park visitors should not gather in groups of more than 10 people. And park visitors are encouraged to explore a range of nearby public lands available to them. As we've always stated before, that visit your 180 different parks, kind of we called visit your local neighborhood locations. If they arrive at the park, water access site, or other public recreation land and see that is busy, they should choose a different option. And finally, park visitors avoid contact with shared amenities like playground equipment, picnic tables, or benches. Park visitors should assume such equipment has not been sanitized, and they should wash their hands or use a hand sanitizer if a park visitor comes in contact with the shared amenities that they are recreating on. This executive order makes it clear that we remain in a national health crisis and that all individuals need to take personal responsibility for social distancing to slow the spread of COVID-19. Next slide, please. So since mid-March, we have been doing really our best to make the decisions based on the information, the data, the guidance available from state and local public health officials and leaders. Now that we are no longer in the stay-at-home order, but the Stay Safe Minnesota order, this means all Minnesotans and residents of Minneapolis can do more, but we need to do it safely, and our park visitors need to practice social distancing. In following the executive order, which really encourages public outdoor recreation facilities be open to families and youth or children, on Tuesday, May 21st, we, the park board, announced that we are slowly reopening the park amenities that we closed last month during the stay-at-home order. Over the next 2 weeks, we're going to open hundreds of basketball courts, tennis courts, play areas, skate parks, sports fields, with the expectation of social distancing, no more than 10 people per amenity, and no team sports. We are all really collectively need to recognize that staying 6 feet apart is the new normal. It's social distancing, and it will be for that way for some time. It may be a long time before we can safely return to some, pre-COVID-19 activities like team sports, unless they've been modified to allow for social distancing. A lot of conversations have been around that now, where if you have a coach and 9 kids and you're on a field, that discussion is being had, but it's a possibility that that kind of activity can happen, and we're having a lot of discussion around that. I really urge all Minneapolis residents to take the state guidelines seriously, take personal responsibility, and also to practice social distancing in parks to protect themselves and others. Minneapolis residents are really seeking respite, fresh air and exercise at our parks. It's the one thing that we know, and to understand the value of our park system. When we had shelter in, our parks were the place that people went to, but we have to take personal responsibility and understand that social distancing is the way to prevent the spread of the virus. The new order rightly focuses on youth and families, and we welcome really the opportunity to slowly reopen our courts, our playgrounds, our skate parks, our sports fields, serve youth and families and park visitors who are properly social distancing during this COVID-19 pandemic. So we have communicated these changes through email announcements, media relations, social media, our web updates, and our new park signs. We have our MPRB park ambassadors will continue to be in our neighborhood and regional parks. As I stated earlier, the work that they're doing currently and the number of parks that they've been and are involved in to make sure that they spread this message, and also to provide really information and encouragement on social distancing practices to park visitors. where our park signs will remind visitors to stay 6 feet apart, as we've always been stating, avoid team sports, and to really wash their hands before and after use of their park visits, and to really use hand sanitizer and using hand sanitizer during their park visits. With that, I'm going to turn this over next. I believe is it Julie? I'm sorry, I got my next step here.
Tyrese.
Oh, Tyrese, I'm sorry. Assistant Superintendent Cox, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Superintendent. Good evening, Commissioners. I want to give you just a brief update on some steps that we've been taking toward developing programs that adhere to COVID standards. And so what we've been doing is we are currently providing a number of virtual programs that are running across the system. We will be adding an additional number of programs on Monday. And then we will start to roll out, and those are all virtual, we'll start to roll out social distancing programs on June 8th, which is the start of our summer season officially. In addition to that, we are working on developing programs that allow for some flexibility. So that may look like hybrid programs. And the reason we're doing that is because we recognize that the executive orders may shift in one direction or another, and we want to be as prepared for that, those shifts as possible. We certainly can't predict what may happen, but to the extent possible, we want to build in as much as we can. Next slide, please. As you may have heard a couple of meetings ago, we are launching Rec Plus program, and that is going to obviously be very modified from what we've done in past seasons. Our standard school year offering is going to look considerably different. The program this year will run from this summer will run from the 8th of June until August 28th across 14 sites. The numbers that you see next to the locations are one where the program will be offered, but also the maximum number of participants that we can have at each of those sites. And you will see that the numbers vary. The reason they vary is because each of our sites are different, both in size and configuration. And so we looked at how many people we can safely put into a given site and maintain both safety and a good experience for participants. So the maximum number of participants we can have are 423. We currently have 345 enrolled. We, as I said earlier about building in some flexibility, we anticipate that that number could either, interest could increase or demand may decrease depending on how people's lives are changing so rapidly. And by people, I really mean adult caregivers. Some may need more child care than they anticipated, and or some may be experiencing job loss and may pull out. And so we've built in some flexibility. Next slide, please. So the way we are staffing Rec Plus this year is we will have 35 teamwork staff who will be working alongside of the adults. We're using 18 of our regular front desk staff who've been working in our rec centers over the year. Our traditional child care specialists who have always worked in Rec Plus. And then we're using 28 of our rec facility specialists, so our rec directors. And so the reason we are doing that is because, for lack of a better term, we really want to give our best effort to kind of repurposing. That's probably not the best use of how we reassign them. We wanted to find other opportunities for the staff that already exist in our system to do different work while their facilities or while their work may not be available for them right now. So I think we worked really hard to make sure that there is meaningful work for the folks that we have. Next slide, please. So as it relates to keeping participants and staff safe during Rec Plus, we have introduced a variety of new protocols and practices that will be implemented during this session. We will have a 9-to-1 ratio in most of the classroom settings, with the exception of if a participant needs inclusion support. So that brings us down to 2 adults and 8 participants. We will have curbside drop-off and pickup So that is to ensure that we have as few people in and out of our facilities as possible, try to maintain the cleanliness and just really manage who is in and out in an effort to keep people safe. We will be outside as much as we can, so we'll try to do as many activities we can outside to ensure that kids are having much more airflow and that we don't keep them inside, again, as much as weather allows. You know, we've been really proud of some of the interesting and exciting field trips that we've taken with Rec Plus over the years, and unfortunately, that's just not available to us this time, but staff have worked really hard to be creative about what we can do. So we'll be taking virtual field trips, and some of them may be to the New York Zoo or to ancient Egypt, or, you know, just whatever we can find on the internet that may be interesting, and that may give kids experiences that they may not otherwise have. And then lastly, all staff working in the program will be trained on CDC and Department of Health best practices in childcare. As a matter of fact, we had a team of staff in the headquarters today going over some of the new protocols and understanding what the expectations of the CDC and Department of Health are currently, to make sure that all staff are kind of well versed in that. And I believe that is my last slide.
And President Cogill and Commissioners, I believe the next person now that will then report in is Julie, Director Weissman.
Good evening, President Cogill and Commissioners. I'm Julie Weissman, the Finance Director for the Park Board. I am going to be presenting the financial update for the 2020. So we have actuals to report out on through April 30th. And so on the actual side, I would like to point out fees, fines, and other revenues came in at $2.2 million as of the end of April. And if you compare that to the end of April in 2019, that's over $500,000 less in revenue. So you are definitely starting to see the stay-at-home order and closures of our facilities reflective in those revenue numbers. On the expenditure side, we are really on the same track as we were in 2019. A lot of the expenditure savings, especially in the personnel costs, will not start to show up until we get into the summer months. But you will see that material and supply costs are down, contractual services are down compared to last year. So that's on the actual side. Now I want to talk about the year-end projection. Quite a bit has changed from the report that I gave this board back on April 22nd. So our projections in total have improved by about $1.8 million. So back on April 22nd, I was forecasting a negative revenue less expenses of over $5 million. And we have been able to reduce that to $3.3 million. There's one thing in here that I'm projecting. I took the advantage of placing it in here, but it is a board action that will come before you. So if it is not passed by this board, I would remove that from my projections at the next time around. But the revenue increases or the revenue changes is in our fees, fines, and other revenues. I have put in an estimate for Rec Plus coming back online. So fees, fines, and other revenues is increased. And then the one that I was talking about with the board action is the operation and maintenance lottery proceeds. So if that resolution is approved, that would be shown on the revenue side and increase our revenues. The disaster relief, I have increased the disaster relief. We have started to research FEMA, and there is indications that the parkway closures will qualify for FEMA disaster relief reimbursement. And as many commissioners would appreciate, I am entering into that conversation very cautiously, and I'm not guaranteeing at this moment that it will cover all of our parkway closure expenditures. It is definitely something that I am looking into and investigating. On the expense side, the change in our estimates is around contractual services. I have a couple of slides at the end where I want to take a deeper dive into contractual services based on questions and comments that I've received from commissioners. But we continue to look hard at that line and continue to work towards identifying savings in that area. So again, our revenue less expense is a negative 3.3 million. So if we go to the next slide, I will remind you that we have an unaudited fund balance of 4.3 million. I've also took the opportunity to show another resolution that will be coming before you after this presentation about the returning of the fund balance allocation. So if that resolution also was approved this evening, this is how it would be reflected in the projections and how it would change the projections. So at this point, I would be projecting our year-end fund balance as a positive 1.3 million. So that is, that's a shift from the last time. We were at about a 1.3 million negative fund balance in April. So we are, like I said, continuing to work through our staged approach of budget framework, and we are seeing those being reflected in this total. When we talk about our fund balance goal, I talked about retaining some money, retaining a fund balance for a potential future storm event. So I would recommend that that would be 1.5 million. And then the other amount is really you need to be able to build into your fund balance potential risk of other revenue sources. And if you're successful, then you're able to carry this fund balance forward. But what I would say is we are continuing to look at property taxes. And if the property tax collection rate came in lower than what we are currently estimating, then that could easily use up this $1 million. We're also watching the state of Minnesota with their deficit, and they have in prior situations reduced local government aid and impacted our last payment of the year, which doesn't come in until December. And so if that would happen, it could easily eat up this $1 million as well. So it's really important that we build in a fund balance cushion as we are moving through this year. So if we wanted to get to 2.5 million of fund balance, we would still have additional work to do in the amount of about 1.1 million. On the enterprise fund side, we are still, we don't have as many changes on the enterprise fund side. The biggest change and shift between the 422 presentation and tonight's presentation is really around golf operations. We have increased our revenue estimate by a little over $1 million, which then in turn reduced the loss that we're anticipating in golf. That's still a pretty conservative estimate. We understand that golf is doing great and the weather has been beautiful. But again, we know that the summer season can change. So I hope to be able to continue to increase this revenue projection as we move through the summer. But so far that has been really good news for us in the enterprise fund side. The rest of the operations had very slight increases. Again, we will be, one thing I will note is if you look at the parking revenue for April, that has been brought in as of April 30th, it's just under $350,000. Last year at this time, it was almost $450,000. So just as we expected, COVID is impacting our major revenue source of the enterprise fund parking. So we are estimating receiving less revenue by year end, and right now that's tracking to hold true. So if you go to the next slide, the bottom line for the enterprise fund is that we had a negative estimated fund balance last time of 1.3 million. Golf has improved conditions by the tune of $1 million. So we are still looking at a negative fund balance in the enterprise fund, and we will be doing some major work in this area and hope to be able to provide some updates to this board during the June financial update. So now I'd like to just briefly take that quick deep dive into the general fund contractual services area. If you go to the next slide. So our total contractual services budget of $18.6 million is made up of several different areas. The largest area is our mobile equipment rental, both internal and external. So it's the charges for our fleet, our mowers, our trucks, all of the equipment that we use in the general fund makes up the largest portion of our contractual services. The next largest portion is utility costs. So we are estimating conservatively some savings around utilities based on the buildings being closed, based on wading pools not being open. So potentially there might be some additional savings that we can reflect in this line. Then the next item is professional services. So that's where we are continuing to do work. Our current estimated savings is $757,000. So that is both professional services that were canceled because of event closures. It also is professional services that the division heads are choosing to postpone and not do due to the COVID, and other things that have been placed on hold. The next item is information technology. Then, of course, our City of Minneapolis fees that we pay. The Commons was a contractual service. That was for the beginning of the year. We have transitioned that into staffing. So we will be doing a budget adjustment, moving some of the commons amount up into wages and fringe. And then various other smaller amounts. The other rentals, this is where the parkway closures come in. We're showing this as a negative savings. We do have a budget for other rentals, so I'm not convinced that we are going to overspend this budget line by 250, but again, I want to be conservative and reflect it until we know, more about these other expenses. And then training, we have some savings due to the freeze around training and travel. So that's how I get to the $745,000 savings that is in contractual services. So next, I wanted to further break out professional services because the commissioners have a lot of interest in the professional services area. So for the general fund, we have a $2.9 million budget. In that $2.9 million budget, the largest amount is recreation, $1.6 million. So that is for officials and Revolutionary Sports and the Osiris contract and all the contracts for yoga instructors and martial arts contracts. The Walt Dietzig Innovation Fund is budgeted within this $1.6 million. So the reflected savings or estimated savings for recreation is due to the cancellation of sports and athletics. So we do not have officials. We have savings due to not paying for officials. We have savings due to the recreation centers being closed, so we're not paying Osiris, we're not paying Revolutionary Sports, those type of things during this closure. And then environmental stewardship is the next division, the next largest amount, and we're showing the estimated savings of the environmental stewardship area, and then support services, the superintendent's office, and then planning. So finally, I wanted to just describe for you the professional services agreement list that you receive as a P&C for every at every board meeting. So the professional services agreement list that was provided to you at this board meeting is based on activities through May 7th. It provides, this list provides information for all active professional service agreement contracts. Many of these contracts are multi-year, and the remaining funds or the remaining amount that is shown on this report includes amounts that will be spent in future years' budget. So for a lot of our professional services agreements, it will be a 2-year contract or a 3-year contract or a maximum of a 5-year contract. And so the contract amount that's listed on the list is the full contract amount for all of the multiple years, and the amount that is remaining is anything that's left. Professional service contracts are being placed on hold for programs and services not able to be performed at this time. So you're going to start to see this list shrink slightly over time as, again, for example, the Osiris contract has been placed on hold. So while they're on hold, they may not show up on this list. Once we are able to provide the services again and need to have those contracts, those will come back onto the active list. So for this list, This list also includes all funds. So you have a total active professional service agreement list that totals $15.2 million, of which some of those funds will be spent in future years. But the largest dollar amount is for capital project professional services agreement. So all the capital projects that we have in going on take up the majority of these professional services agreements. The general fund has 2.6, the internal service funds have 1.7, and you can see the other funds. So with that, I will open it up to questions.
Thank you, Superintendent Bangora, Director Wiseman, and Assistant Superintendent Cox for the presentation. Do commissioners have questions, comments regarding where we are with our COVID-19 responses? Commissioner Severson, followed by Vice President Vita.
Oh, can you hear me? I'm so curious. Is there? Hello?
Mm-hmm. Hello.
Hey, sorry, is my phone working here?
Mm-hmm.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for Julie. What other functions besides property taxes and estate aids contributes more in the revenue than golf? Oh, am I here? Hello?
No, I'm looking. You are there.
Sorry. I had to run and grab my charger. I thought it kicked on me.
I would, yeah. I think that's probably the largest revenue producer.
Golf, you would say golf is the biggest revenue producer for the park board?
That's correct.
Okay. And where would we be if there was no golf revenue this year?
If we had no golf revenue, so right now on the enterprise fund, if you go to slide 4, Jennifer, or Deputy Superintendent. So right now I am estimating $3.3 million in revenue for golf. So we, in our enterprise fund, if we didn't have any golf revenue, we would be at a budget deficit or using all of our available fund balance and still have a budget deficit of $3.6 million.
So golf is probably pretty important at this point, right?
I believe our whole system is pretty important, but yes.
Okay. But currently in the situation, golf is probably pretty important to this current situation we're in with the revenue that it's producing.
Yes.
Okay. Are any of the higher paid staff, have they been reassigned to work at any of the golf courses?
I will defer to Assistant Superintendent Cox.
Commissioner Severson, I'm not sure that I understand the question. Could you restate, please?
So is anyone from management or any people, have anyone in our staff been reassigned to work the golf courses?
Commissioner Severson, yes. There are some service area managers that are working in golf. There are service area managers that are doing ambassador work. And so everyone has largely been deployed to cover the 3 big buckets that we talked about earlier: golf, ambassador programs, and Rec Plus.
Okay, one last question for Julie. Are we going to use the higher paid staff and the current staff against the projections, or will they be accounted into what we actually take in after the summer's over and golf is shut down?
President Cogill and Commissioner Severson, during this pandemic and the required need to realign staff to work that's available for them to do, the employee is being paid from their original cost center. So in this instance, it would provide a savings to golf operations for having these employees reassigned to golf.
Okay. All right, thank you. I want to express the importance of programming that we're generating revenue from, right? And I hope that other board members see and understand why our golf courses in Minneapolis are extremely important and why they have not been an asset recently, but I believe the reason that they haven't been an asset is because we have not contributed to them and like we should have been. But when we do contribute to them, we currently have great golf courses and great staff that are going to generate revenue for us. So I appreciate your time, and that was the point I was trying to make, and I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner or Vice President Vita.
Thank you, President Cogill. My question is for maybe you, President Cogill, or Superintendent Van Gora. I'm not sure who can answer it, but thanks for the great presentation about how we're working to get things back moving. I'm just wondering if we're having conversations about how to get the board back in the boardroom, and like if we're coming up with a plan for that with restrictions being lifted. Are we looking at how we get back in the boardroom with practicing social distancing? Well, I mean, just being safe overall.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I know that we had initial plans even before we went virtual for how to adequately socially distance within the boardroom, but I will turn it over to the Deputy Superintendent to provide a bit more thought on this.
Thank you.
President Cogill and Vice President Vita. So this actually has been a topic of discussion amongst the county, the city, the schools, and the parks. And what we're looking at is how all of these bodies kind of move together in their work around coming back into their meeting spaces versus meeting in either a fully virtual or a quasi-virtual setting. One of the things that actually does kind of govern this, and Council Rice might want to say more about this, but the ability that we have to work in a virtual setting right now is in part granted by the emergency declaration that is in place at the state level for certain, and then there's debate amongst the four agencies whether or not the city level declaration is also going to be a guide on that. But it's something that the four agencies are discussing in terms of how that could happen, and then if so, if they all have the ability to actually have the appropriate space within their governing locations in order to provide it, or if there needs to be other spaces within their buildings that they would do those types of meetings.
Okay, thank you. So just for future meetings, could we possibly add a line in there about updating on the board, getting back into the boardroom? It's just, I would like to have information to share with folks on where we are, whether we're going back or not, but just the status of things along with some of the other things that we can get updates on.
That's noted, Vice President. I think that's an important goal for us to have, just in terms of moving as quickly as we can and safely to get back in the boardroom. I know I certainly miss everybody's face IRL, and those I don't ever see on the board meetings as well. So hoping that we can do that pretty quick. And thanks for bringing that up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Commissioner French, followed by Musich.
Thank you, President Cogill. I guess I have a couple questions for Assistant Superintendent Cox. or just about the state of our courts and our tennis courts and our basketball courts. What is the projected timeline to get most of those back open?
President Cogill, Commissioner French, so I believe we are working this as expeditiously as we can. We have a plan to get a number of them up next week. I can't give you an exact number of that, but I believe it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 tennis courts and 4 basketball courts, and then we will do a slow ramp up going forward.
I know there was some talk about doing maybe possibly doing some programming at some of these basketball courts to make sure, and the tennis courts, just to making sure, and like a light programming, basically just to make sure there's not a huge gathering of people. Is that still a plan that's going to be in place for some of these places? Are we still planning on having a schedule or a set time for folks to come and play?
President Cogill, Commissioner French, no, we are not planning to have scheduled play in the way that we talked about it previously.
Okay, so would there be some kind of signage or some type of, like, maybe on the website or guidance that citizens can have when they're going to places like this on what they should be doing? Just some kind of education?
Well, Commissioner French, we recognize that the community understands what social distancing is, and we are hoping that people will use their own sense of responsibility and help take care of themselves, particularly as the governor's current executive order is, I believe it's stay safe. I think that's the mantra. And so we're asking people to do that as well.
I don't know if you can. How's the morale of our rec staff? Like, how? I don't know if that's a question you can answer, but I really would just like to know how they're feeling right now. What are you hearing?
Commissioner French, what I would say is our recreation staff are probably feeling what the entire country is feeling, right? And so we all have days where we are feeling, kind of upside down because the world is changing so fast and we can't predict what it's changing to. So I think there are days when all of us, including myself, are feeling like what's going to change in our world tomorrow? When will we level set? What will the new normal be? And I think, everybody is feeling that. So I don't know that I could say they are feeling anything different than what the rest of the world is.
Well, I just want to say thank you, everybody who's in management right now, who is in a position to make some of these tough decisions, including ourselves. And just thank you for all the stuff that you guys do. Thank you, Superintendent McGora. I probably have been, anytime some issue, I'm calling you up. I even call you on weekends. You answer the phone. So hopefully this will be, settling down and we won't be having all these virtual meetings and these impromptu phone calls that we don't normally have. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Cogill. I have a couple of questions. Director Wiseman, when will we have actuals for our other revenue-generating services that are opening up?
President Cogill and Commissioner Musich, they are just opening up. I don't have the exact dates, but something that the superintendent reported on. So they're opening in May and June. And so we won't have actual revenue estimates coming out until probably July.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was assuming, but I thought I should verify that. Appreciate the confirmation. I have an outstanding question. I don't recall who said they would take that one, but just regarding us returning to in-person meetings. I had asked if we could please consult with an epidemiologist about the risk associated with extended indoor yet socially distanced meetings. I have some pretty serious concerns, having had pneumonia already this year, about exposing myself to coronavirus. My regular employer is encouraging people to work from home if they're able to do so through at least the end of the year, and then it's being reassessed. That doesn't seem to be totally out of line with many places that have the ability to do remote work. So I would just like to have a better feel from experts in this regard about how much risk we are exposing ourselves to by sitting for 3, 4, 5 hours, 6 feet apart in an enclosed space. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Are there any other comments or questions? Any others? Seeing none. Thank you for the update. I appreciate how quickly staff is responding to a very fluid situation. Especially want to note the great work that has been done to quickly and thoroughly evaluate the governor's new executive order, as well as the new DNR recommendations and guidelines, and come up with a clear path forward for how we open up our park system again and continue to manage our spaces in a way to keep people safe. It's not a small task, and I really am impressed and commend our staff and commissioners for staying on top of this and thinking this stuff through, and working through it so that we can open up our park spaces during the busiest time of the year. Moving on, we have a series of resolutions before us under unfinished business. The first one being Resolution 2020-225, a resolution approving the return of $392,081 to the general fund excess fund balance to be available for use for 2020 operations due to the financial impacts associated with the coronavirus pandemic. Do I have a motion?
I move.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the resolution? Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. I do appreciate the work that staff put into this. I'm not sure I can support it or support it in its entirety. Director Wiseman, can you pull up the chart of fund balance returns again?
President Bourne, or President Cogill and Commissioner Bourne, I do have just one other side too that I have for this resolution.
Director Wiseman, is that on the end of the last presentation, or is that a new presentation?
No, I put it. It's resolution 225. I thought it was in the transfer drive. Let me just get it there real quick.
Director Wiseman, I have it. 1 second.
Oh, okay. Did I throw it in the wrong folder?
Nope, you're okay.
Okay. Okay, President Colgill and Commissioner Bourne. Again, this is just a reminder that we have two resolutions that are coming before you that are both part of the 2020 budget framework that was adopted by you on April 22nd. So again, this is the list that was provided to you last week in the budget retreat. The items that are currently included in the resolution that is before you are the items completed and remaining funds available, and then the items can be completed within budget or with internal staff. So these 6 items add up to the $392,000 that you are considering.
Okay. My first question is to the smallest amount, and I think that's to the superintendent. That $8,000 for the tree preservation coordinator. I think somebody told us at our last meeting that we have $8,000 there because of a delay in the hiring or the delay in the conversion to that position. Have we invoiced the city yet?
President Colgill, Commissioner Bourne, yes, we have. In fact, Assistant Superintendent Barrick has moved with that. We're expecting in the next, hopefully, couple of weeks that will be resolved. But Assistant Superintendent Barrick can give more update, but yes, we have. Assistant Superintendent Barrick, would you give a quick update to Commissioner Bourne?
Sure. President Colgill, Commissioner Boyne, I had a conversation with the city yesterday. We are modeling an invoice for the tree preservation coordinator after the same invoice we use for water quality. And so we'll be working with the city to get that payment as fast as we can.
I'm hearing a subtle difference in the two responses. So modeling implies that invoice is being worked on and has not been submitted yet?
So one of the things is the submission process. So because it's an interdepartmental fund transfer, it's not entirely clear how to best submit this.
So it hasn't left our hands yet?
Not physically, but we have, like I said, they know it's coming. They're working with us on the way it should look and how it should come in.
And they're gonna pay it?
That is every indication they've given us.
Is there anything in writing that they're gonna pay it?
We have the letter from the director from the budget process.
Okay.
And Commissioner Bourne, my apologies on the way that it was stated. I should have said that it is in a transfer through interdepartmental, and that is being created. So and I was referring also to the letter of commitment. So my apology on saying that it's actually moving forward. So, but we are submitting it, correct?
That's okay. I still have some skepticism. I would like to be pleasantly surprised and see a check from the city on that. And if we don't receive money from the city on that, which is what my belief is that will happen, we're returning this balance to the general fund to then reuse it to continue that position employed. So that $8,000 doesn't really help us if the next couple of days hold true to what the last 4 or 5 years have looked like. After the conversations about the algae bloom, I'm a little nervous about returning $150,000 for aquatic invasives work. And then the career pathways piece, we're going into a recession, and every conversation we've ever had from our lobbyists has always indicated that when there are less dollars available for funding for youth employment when the economy is bad, because those are going to shift towards displaced adult workers. And so we need to be investing in that. We need to be investing in our next generation of workers now more than ever. Youth unemployment when we come out of this is going to be a lot higher as people, adults take lower wage jobs that push youth out of the marketplace. I just think that this is the worst time to be divesting from career pathways for youth. And then I have some concerns. I don't think, I know staff has worked hard, but I don't know if we have made hard enough decisions yet about how we operate day to day. These are, I think President Cogill said this last week, that these were hard-fought victories for a lot of different commissioners on this list, and we haven't really looked at how we operate day to day and how we have more managers managing fewer staff. And I think that there's some hard work to do there yet, and I want to think more boldly than this. So I'm not sure I can support this tonight. I might be able to support the operation facility analysis and the rec center facility analysis, but the remainder of the funds I will not be supporting. So if somebody wanted to split them up, but as a slate, I won't be supporting this.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Are there any other comments or questions from commissioners? Not seeing any. I'll just speak to this briefly. A couple things. One, heard pretty clearly during our discussions regarding the budget last week that shared sacrifice and impacts are going to come across the board for projects and ideal programs that everybody holds dear. I think that what's being brought forward here is a good compromise of returning certain items that can be completed within budget and with internal staff or that have been completed. I would note that certainly the career pathways are important. Certainly our aquatic evasives piece is really important. But one can be completed, as staff has said, and also I would just note that the career pathways isn't funding actual positions. It was a study. That the concept is a study, not actual jobs. And I think that going forward, certainly there needs to be some bold revisioning of how our service delivery works, given budget changes, given the new reality of our world. And I think that is a conversation that needs to be part of the 2021 budgeting process. It's something that we talked about with the mayor during a budget preview on Monday. The kind of game-changing, bold rethinkings, and that is what I'm looking for from staff, and I think that is what the board is looking for, and I appreciate Commissioner Bourne bringing that up. But again, within this year, I'm really hoping that this is just one of those additional pieces of how we are looking at every nook and cranny within our current structure to save dollars where it's feasible, and I think this is feasible. With that, looks like Commissioner Meyer now has his hand raised.
Thank you, President Cogill. I just wanted to seek clarification about a couple things. So, I mean, my understanding for the career pathways study is that the status quo is that we would be outsourcing that to a consultant, and that this change doesn't affect the work being done. It just means that it would be our own staff doing it. Is that correct, Superintendent Bangora?
I believe that is correct.
Okay. Does the same apply to the aquatic invasive species?
Assistant Superintendent Barrick, specifically can you respond to that? I don't remember what the next step would be on that one for AIS.
And just to restate the question, I just want to make sure that the work would still get done with this change.
President Kogel, Commissioner Meyer, that money is earmarked essentially, and so it's set aside for in the event that we have an aquatic invasive species infestation discovery. That's the money we would use for detection, scuba teams, and any potential treatments. In talking with Director Pilger, when we slated this, in years past, I think at most we've used $10,000 in that neighborhood anyway, where when we had the discoveries of Harriet and Badea Makaska. We have other contractual service money within her department that we could lean on in the event that something arrives. To Commissioner Bourne's concern on blue-green algae, in this case, the treatment options of something like that would be algicides, which are a pesticide, which our current IPM policy says we will not use. So this is more towards the vegetation and mussels, vertebrates.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, I mean, that was my concern. I want to make sure that when we do have invasive species that emerge, that we address them. But it sounds like you're saying that there are other resources that could be relied on if that happens. As for the career pathways study, I think that is a straightforward one that we should support, and one that I would have thought Commissioner Bourne would have supported to reduce our dependence on consultants. So I will support this motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner Bourne for the second time.
Thank you, President Cogill. On these items that can be completed within budget or with internal staff, how?
Commissioner Bourne, who are you directing your question to?
Anyone on the call that can answer me. I guess I'm first looking to the superintendent.
Superintendent.
Or President Cogill, Commissioner Bourne, for each area, specifically if it's items that can be completed with internal staff, Aquatic Invasive Species Response Fund, Assistant Superintendent Barrick spoke of that. I believe study for the development of career pathways. I believe that Deputy Superintendent Ringgold, I believe we had a conversation around that. And Deputy Superintendent Ringgold, do you have specifics around that when we talked about that?
President Cogill, Commissioner Bourne, so the study for the development of career pathways within the MPRB, this work has actually already begun. We have not seen a need for consulting services to do this work. This has actually become one of the initiatives of the Labor Management Committee as well, so we've had a couple of sessions with the Labor Management Committee on this work. So at this point, we are seeing a pathway, no pun intended, but we're seeing a way forward here where we'd be able to do this with our internal services and the systems that we have in place. The money has been there for over a year, and we hadn't seen the need to tap into consulting resources yet. So we feel we can move forward without it.
Are there any reports that have generated from that the money's been there for over a year? And maybe the question that I'm getting at is every time we do something internally, we're sacrificing something else. And every conversation we have at every other meeting is how overtaxed our staff are. And so I guess I'm not comfortable waiting 3, 4, 5, 6 years to have a career pathway when a lot of kids are going to be adults. So I want to make sure that that is getting, I know that work is happening, but the board hasn't seen any reports on it yet. And I guess I would actually be I'm a little disappointed that the money's been sitting since 2018 and it hasn't been moved yet. And then the aquatic invasive species, Assistant Superintendent Barrick, I was under the impression that this was a fund to increase hours of operation with MEOs for manual and mechanical removal around the chain of lakes.
President Coghill, Commissioner Bourne, that is separate. I mean, that's a separate fund for our weed harvesting and water quality. These are funds that are set aside for emergency treatment.
How much was set aside last? No, I think I'm seeing that. So there is still a budgeted increase in manual and mechanical removal of vegetation over last year, correct?
President Coghill, Commissioner Bourne, I don't know there's a budgeted increase over last. No, it is. You're right. Yes. Last year in 19, we ramped up our effort, and in 20, we were given the budget to match those ramped up efforts.
Okay, so, and I think I answered my own question. 2015, 2017. This is a fund that we established several years ago, 5 years ago, and haven't touched.
President Coghill, Commissioner Bourne, which fund, and maybe Director Weissman can better answer this.
So, President Coghill and Commissioner Bourne, the way that you want to read these resolutions is that these were the budget adoption resolution. So a 2018 resolution is actually for the 2019 budget. And you are correct for the aquatic invasive species. The first time we had a reserve fund for AIS was in 2016. It was originally set at $300,000, and then that wasn't used over a couple of years, and we reduced it by resolution from the 300 to the 150, and then again, we haven't had an incident that has caused us to need to use these funds.
Okay. I think those are all of my questions. Yeah, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Forney, did you have a comment, question?
No, thank you.
All right. Seeing no other comments or questions, I'll ask the Secretary to please take the roll on Resolution 2020.
Can I ask that, President Coghill, can I ask that the question be divided?
For each item?
Correct.
Okay. So that just so the commissioners are clear, we'll be going through first the items completed and remaining funds available. So we'll start with the
Mr. President, could I just procedurally, since we're doing this, Commissioner Bourne, I mean, there are, let's see, 4, 7, 9, 15 items?
No, there's 6.
6 items.
There's 6.
He wants, okay.
Yes.
As opposed to, like, normally if there's consent items, so Commissioner Bourne's requesting an individual vote on each of the 6 items that would be reduced, rather than separating, like in a consent calendar, sometimes you'll separate the ones.
Ideally, what I would rather have is for you to provide a motion that would remove whatever you didn't want in there.
Yeah, I'm asking for a division. I don't think we need discussion on every item, but I'd like a division.
Okay. I will begin that process then. The first item that we're voting on is the operations facilities analysis. So that would be to
The
return.
first thing is the supporting current staff assignments, actually.
I think the president is correct.
We're looking
So
at.
I don't understand what we're voting on then. Can someone explain that to me?
Certainly.
I thought we were
So
voting on
in
the bolded items in groupings.
So we're looking at the second bolded, if you're looking at the slide that is currently up, you're looking at the second bolded groupings that begins with operations facilities analysis. If you are in your agenda packet, which is packet page 210, you'd be looking at the 6 items that are outlined there at the bottom of the page.
This chart. Okay, I got it. Thank you.
So I will begin with the operations facilities analysis. We're voting on approving the return of the balance remaining, which is $67,476. Will the secretary please take the roll?
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan, Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 absent.
That carries. Moving on, we are now voting on the Recreation Center facilities analysis, returning the remaining balance of $23,736. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
No.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan, Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 7 ayes, 1 nay, 1 absent.
Returning the balance for Recreation Center facilities analysis carries. We'll now vote on the tree preservation coordinator, the conditional funding balance remaining of $8,869.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan, Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 absent.
That carries. Moving on to the next grouping of items that can be completed within budget or with internal staff. We'll be considering the approval of returning the $150,000 of remaining balance for the Aquatic Invasive Species Response Fund. Will the secretary please call the roll on that item?
Commissioner Bourne,
No.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
No.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner French.
No.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes, 3 nay, 1 absent.
That carries. Moving on to the next item, which is returning $100,000 for the study for the development of career pathways within the MPRB. I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne.
No.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
No.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner French.
No.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes, 3 nay, 1 absent.
That carries. The final item is returning the $42,000 of remaining balance for the MPRB Language Access Plan. Will the secretary please take the roll?
Commissioner Bourne.
No.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
No.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner French.
No.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes, 3 nays, 1 absent.
That carries. Moving on, I'll ask for a motion on Resolution 2020-226. Resolution.
So moved.
The resolution has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
I'll just read it. It's a resolution transferring operations and maintenance lottery proceeds in the amount of $543,632.62 from the Special Revenue Fund to the General Fund to be available for you to use for the 2020 regional park operations due to the financial impacts associated with the coronavirus pandemic. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to please call the roll.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 absent.
Resolution 2020-226 carries. Moving on to Resolution 2020-227, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Resolution 2020-227 has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Musich?
Thank you, President Cogill. I was wondering if there's anyone on staff that could explain to me the difference between what this resolution is proposing and what our current IPM policy already dictates around the management of wildlife within the parks.
President Cogill, Commissioner Musich, Assistant Superintendent Barrick. What this resolution, as I understand it, is proposing that we amend our current cooperative agreement with the USDA APHIS Wildlife Services to include a reporting component, a biannual reporting component, as well as exhaust non-lethal methods first. And so what I would say in our current IPM policy is we are to be exhausting non-lethal measures first. So the difference here is this resolution is creating a reporting requirement.
Okay, so essentially we're reiterating what our current policy already says and then adding a requirement that we get reporting.
President Board and Commissioner Musa, correct, reporting, and in this case specific to the contract or the cooperative agreement, which was focused on beavers and coyotes.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the clarification.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Bourne?
Thank you, President Cogill. I just really want to, I abstained from this the original resolution. I think that it allowed a little too much violence towards some of our wildlife. And I really just want to thank Commissioner French for taking some real leadership, listening to the concerns of community members, and really putting this together. A lot of times without a reporting mechanism, we've learned that we don't always follow policy. And I don't think that that's from ill intentions from anyone. But we see time and time again where the board passes a resolution and then actions occur that the board didn't know about, staff didn't know about. We can look at that with the funding for the tree preservation coordinator. We can look at that for any number of things. We can look at that with pesticide applications. We can look at that with encroachments. So I really appreciate Commissioner French's rolling up the sleeves and really looking out for our wildlife on this. I'm glad that this resolution is coming forward. And I think it's something that I hope we can all get behind. Thank you, Commissioner French.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner French.
Thank you, President Kogo. This is definitely something that is not in my traditional wheelhouse of policy work, but there are a huge number of people who really have a lot of respect for the wildlife in our parks. And I think I was more impressed by the grassroots movement of folks calling and educating me on what urban beavers are and can do, and all the different ways we can mitigate the damage, quote unquote damage, that beavers do in our park system. And I was like, okay, I think when the resolution came by initially, we were dealing with the first stages of how to deal with COVID, and I think this just got by. And I think this is a great opportunity to work with folks from the community who really care about this issue, and to make something that's really more palatable for the rest of the people in the city. So I want to ask other commissioners to support this, and I think it's just a good resolution, a good amendment. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. When I first brought up this beaver issue a couple years ago, I felt kind of lonely about it. Kind of got the sense that people felt I was a little bit of a weirdo, radical environmentalist. I'm appreciative that there is so much support for this out there. And when I reviewed the contract at first, I had these concerns, but just reiterated with the staff that we would be following policy that we had already laid out 2 years ago. This reiterates that in the contract language, so I'm happy to clarify that. And just wanted to note that, the previous contract was, I feel unambiguously, an improvement over the previous status quo to remove the profit incentive from our contract, but that this can add further clarification and add the reporting requirement. To that end, though, I do want to make sure that we don't have unnecessary costs associated with that reporting. And as it's currently written, the reporting would be from USDA, and they would be charging by the hour. And given that our meetings so routinely last 5 hours, you don't know what time they would have to come. So it could be, a significant unnecessary expense to have the reports come from the USDA. So I would like to offer an amendment in that regard that would substitute language in both the title and the resolved clause to substitute the language USDA, APHIS, WS will provide to the MPRB the biannual report, et cetera, et cetera. And just replace that with the MPRB staff will provide to the Board of Commissioners that report. That would get the same benefit, but without having that additional cost from the USDA.
Second.
The amendment has been moved and seconded. Looks like there's some discussion. Commissioner French.
Eric, how much more of a cost would it be do we know how much the USDA charges, how much their billable hours are? Can we get like a cost analysis of exactly how much that would cost?
President Colville, Commissioner French, I would have to look at the original contract. I would have to get those numbers.
I mean, is there a way? Is there a way for that reporting to take place? Maybe not necessarily at a meeting, but maybe maybe it's a document or something that has to be. Maybe we can figure out other ways to match. I don't know. I don't want this to be. We don't want to do this because it's going to cost a small fee. And that fee is the fact that we have to pay the wages of folks who want to, come and testify in front of our dais. So that would be some good information to know.
Thank you.
Point of personal privilege. Can Commissioner Meyer restate his amendments again?
Yeah, and President Kogel, if you can allow the chat option, I'd be happy to copy paste it. But so in the language, it substitutes the following, which is USDI-APHIS-WS will provide to MPRB. That phrase gets replaced with MPRB staff will provide to the Board of Commissioners. And that's the whole amendment applicable to both the title and the resolved clause.
Commissioner Bourne, does that satisfy your point of privilege?
I'm trying to catch up with, so you're striking in the middle of this paragraph, USDA will provide. And you're changing.
Will provide to the MPRB. And ends there. And substitute that language with MPRB staff will provide to the Board of Commissioners.
That satisfies my point of privilege.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Vice President Vita.
Thank you, President Cogill. I too want to thank Commissioner French for bringing this amendment forward. there has been a pretty savvy.
Commissioner, Vice President, you're
Commissioner Vitale, you're on
muted.
mute.
We lost you.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Now.
Okay. There's been a pretty savvy group of folks mobilizing around this. I initially voted for this resolution with the understanding that we would not be just out killing beavers or whatever is out there. So again, I was educated by this group and I understand where they are coming from. I'm super sensitive to their concerns and definitely in support of this resolution. I just want to thank them all for taking the time to contact me directly, and again, happy to support this resolution.
Thank you, Vice President. Commissioner Forney?
Are we speaking to the amendment or to the resolution? I mean, I think we should maybe vote on the amendment first.
We're at this time on the amendment, yes. We're speaking to the amendment.
I don't have to, I'm not speaking to the amendment.
Okay.
Are you calling the question?
I'll call the question. Thank you.
Okay, the question has been called on Commissioner Meyer's amendment. Will the secretary please call the roll on Commissioner Meyer's amendment to Resolution 2020-227, which amends the middle of the resolution to say that MPRB staff will provide to the board a biannual report.
Commissioner Bourne,
No, I had my hand raised to discuss.
Is that a no to the?
That's
amendment?
a no.
Okay, this is a long no. Okay.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
No.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
No, I'm back.
Commissioner French,
No.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
No.
President Cogill.
No.
You have 3 ayes, 6 nays.
The amendment does not carry. Now to the main motion, Commissioner Bourne.
I'm sorry, President Cogill, didn't you just take a roll on calling the question?
Is that what I took a roll on? Yes. I think that you're correct. Okay, so now we will take a vote on the amendment.
Well, no, the question wasn't called. It failed. You need 2/3.
The question was not called. Okay, so we're still in discussion then. I'm seeing no other discussion.
No, I had my hand raised to speak to the amendment before the question was called, and it failed to be called.
Okay. Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you. To the amendment, I'm just kind of confused by it. I would imagine all of this data is going to be readily available outside of this biannual report. This is a professional service. This will be on our professional service agreement list. They have to invoice for services every time they act on this contract. So it will be, all of that information will be available to any commissioner anytime they want to see it and any member of the public. I do think inviting our partners every 2 years to give a report to the board is a good practice. We do this with Osiris, who does our computer labs. We do this with a lot of our large, we do this with the Conservation Corps. We do this with a lot of our large partners that do some critical service for us. So I think it's a good thing to invite them and get feedback from the board and get feedback from the public. But all of this information is available anytime anybody wants it. But I'd like to see them here. I'd like to see them here on occasion. So I won't be supporting the amendment.
Commissioner Musich.
Assistant Superintendent Barrick, in the past 2 years, how many times would we have utilized a contract like this that would have generated reporting?
President Cogill, Commissioner Musich.
Point of order, President Cogill. This is conversation to the amendment on who's reporting to who.
Yeah, and that's relevant to the amendment.
Okay, it feels like it belongs under the main motion, but okay.
President Cogill, Commissioner Musich. We have not removed any beavers since 2014 or 15. So, and we have not removed any coyotes. So there would be, in the last 2 years, there would have been no activity to report.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. Just tying off what Commissioner Musich was asking, that it's not very frequent that we would need to invoke the contract. And, to the point that Commissioner Bourne made that we have other contractors that do this, I mean, that might be a cost savings that we could look at. If there are times when, they're coming and sitting through our very long meetings and charging by the hour for it, that seems to me to be the potential to gain some efficiency and save their time. So while we're looking at all the other budget cuts that we're contemplating, I hope we encourage those type of efficiencies. And so I urge commissioners to vote for the amendment.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. So we are on Commissioner Meyer's amendment to the resolution. I'm seeing no other discussion, so I'll ask the Secretary to take a roll on Commissioner Meyer's amendment.
Commissioner Bourne.
No.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
No.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
No.
Commissioner French.
No.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
No.
Vice President Vita. Can you say that again?
No.
Thank you. President Cogill.
No.
You have 3 ayes, 6 nays.
The amendment fails. We are returning now to the resolution 2020-227 as written. Commissioner Forney.
Thank you, President Cogill. I would like to compliment Commissioner Meyer, 2 years ago, having brought this up before all of us. It's been a very sincere effort on his behalf that I think has raised everybody's awareness. I don't believe that there's any of us that were looking to slaughter any animals. I believe that we were, he truly has found a group that is, as he puts it, not for profit. And so I really do appreciate, the work that you put forward here. And I hope that, the, fur-friendly people and everything realize that that has never been our intent. And hopefully all of this will clarify for all people that that is not even remotely been our intent. And appreciate us moving forward. And hopefully staff understands and can move forward with this.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Are there any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to please call the roll on Resolution 2020-227.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
The resolution carries. Thank you. Moving on to
I'd like
petitions.
to move to reconsider 2020-2010, or excuse me, 2020-210.
I second that.
Second.
Commissioner Severson has moved to reconsider Resolution 2020-210, which is the temporary construction easement for MnDOT. There has been a second. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. Maybe just a question for council on walking us through a motion of reconsideration. We first take a vote to reconsider, then the original motion is amendable when it's on the floor. Is that correct?
That would be, Mr. President, that would be correct.
Okay.
The motion has to be made to reconsider, has to be made from someone on the prevailing side. And then the vote is whether the matter should again be put before the body for consideration.
The motion to reconsider has to be from someone from the prevailing side?
Yes.
So if somebody abstained, does that count as the prevailing side?
As I recall, there were 5 votes for the motion. It failed because it needed 6. So any of the 4 votes not in favor could move to reconsider.
An abstention counts as not in favor. Thank you,
Would be a
Council
negative
Rice.
vote.
So the motion on the floor at this time is to reconsider Resolution 2020-210. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to please call the roll.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
That resolution carries. Therefore, the resolution 2020-210 is again open now for consideration.
I'd like to move to amend Resolution 2020-210 with the following. Resolution granting temporary construction easements to Minnesota Department of Transportation for bridge purposes in Central Mississippi Riverfront Regional Park, and directing staff to use all fees collected to support homeless services during COVID-19.
Second.
The resolution with an amended clause has been moved. I would ask for clarity for the motion maker to restate that additional clause again so we can all hear it one more time.
Absolutely, President Congo. After Riverfront Regional Park, it would be and directing staff to use all fees collected to support homeless services during COVID-19.
I'm not so sure I heard all of that. And directing staff to use all resources?
Nope, all fees collected.
All fees
to support
collected.
homeless services.
Okay.
Correct. During COVID-19.
Got it. The resolution with the amendment has been moved. I believe there's the need for a second.
I seconded the amendment.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner, we have some discussion. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Kogel. I believe Assistant Superintendent Schroeder is still on the call. I'm curious to know what the fee being charged for this would otherwise have been used for. I think it's something like $90,000. I don't remember exactly. Can you tell us what doesn't then get paid for if we reallocate these funds as part of this resolution?
President Colgill, Commissioner Musich, the total fees that would be collected from MnDOT would be $94,800. Fees from licenses, easements, and encroachments typically get directed to the Property Acquisition Fund for future parkway acquisition.
And if this resolution does not go through, what does MnDOT then do if we do not allow them to do their construction easement set up on our property?
MnDOT and the City of Minneapolis in both of these cases, and I'll just reference them both together in case there's a question on the other bridge. Both of them have easements across our parkway or right-of-way, which our parkway crosses. They would have the right to establish whatever setup they need to do to take care of the bridges by occupying the parkway and essentially closing the parkway during the period of the construction. So it would be possible for MnDOT, or in the case of the other bridge, for the City of Minneapolis to forego the easement to set up on parkland and instead to set up on the parkway itself, which they would have a right to do because it's their right-of-way.
And are these parkways that are impacted by the two bridge construction easements currently closed for social distancing purposes by pedestrians and cyclists?
President Kogel, Commissioner Musich, yes, they are both now closed.
Okay, so we'd be taking away that space.
That's correct.
If we did not grant these. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Vice President Vita.
Thank you, President Cogill. I guess I'm confused. Can someone read that again for me? And then also, I think Commissioner Severson provided the amendment. I'm trying to understand what is he trying to accomplish with this amendment?
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, Commissioner Severson.
Absolutely. Trying to find a way to help deal with some of the homelessness issues that we have affecting our community. And although this is not a huge way, I think it's a small way and a great gesture to the City of Minneapolis that the Park Board's committed to help solving these issues, just as well as any other government or nonprofit agency.
I understand that statement, but I'm trying to get you to explain to me exactly what it is that we're doing with this money. Like what are we doing for the homeless community specifically with this, what did you say, Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, $84,000? Or I'm not against us trying to help. I'm just trying to find out what it is that you are suggesting that we help them with, one, and two, are you talking to this community to find out what their needs are?
President Caldwell?
Yeah, Commissioner Severson.
Yes, thank you. So I'm no expert in this, Commissioner Vita. I would. That's why I said that in the amendment that we would direct staff to use these fees and come up with supporting the homeless services. So that was my suggestion.
I appreciate the suggestion, but again, I think that for allocating money like this during this time in the pandemic, where we've been having these very uncomfortable conversations about staff and other things that we maybe should have had conversations with this community or representation from this community before an amendment was just thrown on the table to now take a significant amount of money and do we don't know what with.
Well, President Colbert, can I respond?
I don't know if Commissioner Vita was asking a question at this time.
It's not a question. It was a statement.
Okay. Thank you, Vice President. Commissioner Severson, if you want to raise your hand, I'll call on you if you wanted to provide any clarification. But otherwise, Commissioner Severson.
Thank you, President Cowgill. So this money's coming from the acquisition fund, from my understanding, from Assistant Superintendent Schroeder. So it's not coming from jobs. I just want to make sure that there's clarity around that. And like I said, I too understand and agree with Commissioner Bourne with the concerns of the livability issues of homelessness communities. And I agree with you. What can we do to help work with this community? Whether it's sanitary stations, is it porta potties? But again, I'm no professional in this area, and I do believe we have some people in our park system and management that can work with other agencies to provide these services. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Bourne for the second time.
Thank you, President Cowgill. I think this is for the first time. The Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, we have a permanent easement from MnDOT for the 28th Street hot lot. Is that correct?
President Cowgill, Commissioner Bourne, I believe that is correct.
And it's more, and we've temporarily vacated that, so it's more or less a gravel pile right now, but it's still an arm's throw away from one of the worst, in terms of humanitarian conditions, encampments in the city, where folks don't have the dignity, aren't afforded the dignity to be able to wash their hands and use sanitary restrooms. How quickly could MPRB staff deploy some of the BIFs that we have contracted across the park system and maybe a hand washing station as close to the 28th Street tot lot that is still accessible? So maybe the boulevard trees, along the boulevard, since we maintain the boulevards on behalf of the city. How quickly could we get those deployed?
President Cowgill, Commissioner Bourne, I would defer to Assistant Superintendent Barrick, but it'd be my understanding, since they're contracted equipment, they could be obtained and placed in relatively short order.
President Cowgill, Commissioner Bourne, yeah, I would say I understand that typically within the orders being placed, it's 48 hours. When it comes to hand washing stations, I do know that sourcing them right now can be a challenge. There are some units. I believe it was a week ago I heard that there were about 37 units in the entire state of Minnesota available that were BIFs with washing units. So I would think that if they're available, easily done within a week. If they're not available, I don't know what the time frame would be.
So maybe if I could split the BIFs and the hand washing for a second, and then I'm about to ask Commissioner Severson if he would accept a friendly amendment. So it sounds like we could get on the phone, place an order for BIFs tomorrow, and place them on some public right-of-way in Stevens Avenue. There is a fire hydrant directly across the street from the encampment. I'm assuming somebody in our plumbing shop has a wrench and could rig up I could call 311 and get a hydrant turned on tomorrow if I had a community garden. But if I wanted to give a homeless person a drink of water or let them wash their hands, I can't. Does somebody in our plumbing shop have a wrench and could turn on a hydrant?
President Cowgill, Commissioner Boring, we certainly do have wrenches, but we also have an agreement with the city on when we do tap the fire hydrants. So we tap them for flooding ice rinks, and we do, if I'm recalling everything correctly, we have an agreement where we make a water payment to do that for ice rinks and community gardens.
So would Commissioner Severson accept as a friendly amendment also placing portable toilets along Stevens Avenue, and applying for a community garden water permit along the boulevard on Stevens Avenue to turn on the water.
I would accept that friendly amendment.
Okay. Commissioner Bourne, could you restate the entire amendment?
I would strike the period from Commissioner Severson's amendment and insert the language, I think it's after the number 19, and direct MPRB staff to place portable toilets in public right-of-way along Stevens Avenue and apply for a water permit on the Stevens Avenue hydrant for the purposes of operating a boulevard community garden.
All right. Secretary Ringgold.
President Cogill, Commissioner Bourne, I don't doubt Assistant Superintendent Schroeder's knowledge of the property at 26th Avenue, but I do remember it a little bit differently, and I'm wondering if Adam Arvinson, who I believe is still on the phone or on the line, Director Arvinson might be able to provide some additional insights.
Director Arvinson?
Yes, President Cogill, I am here. We're actually looking for some paperwork right now. There do seem to be maybe a couple of different recollections on exactly what our rights are to the 28th Street tot lot. So we're working to verify that it is MnDOT owned land, and we're just not totally clear at the moment on what our rights are and to what degree they extend through and beyond construction. So I apologize, I don't have a definitive answer at the moment. If that appears during the meeting, I will raise my hand, but for the minute, I'm gonna have to beg off that one. I apologize.
Oh, and just for clarification to the amendment, put it on any public right-of-way on Stevens Avenue, because the city and MnDOT are not paying attention to what's there. You could put a BIF there tomorrow. And
Commissioner Bourne, is this an extension of the amendment, or are you commenting on the amendment?
No, I believe I still have the floor.
Are you? Is this a comment?
This is it sounds like there was some confusion around the amendment that I made. This is clarification to the intent of the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. I wanted to ask questions of legal counsel and staff regarding fees and their functions and any concerns that may come from that. Do the fees that are provided, do they have any location-based restrictions or use-based restrictions? Do they have to be connected anywhere, or are they broad funds that we can use for anything? And are there any other concerns that we should be thinking about as we contemplate this? So I would first ask that to Councilor Weiss.
Mr. President, Commissioner Meyer, the board has had a policy since it adopted this. Basically, when the board allows someone to use or rent their land, the board established that those fees, since they were land-based fees, would go into an acquisition fund. I think that's the general direction on how any of these fees gets handled. However, I think that's a discretionary act of the board. The way I take the resolution of the amendment that initially was offered by Commissioner Severson, it would be a board directive to take those fees that would otherwise go into an acquisition fund and use them for homeless, use them to assist homelessness cost that the park board might be facing. So I don't think there's any legal restriction on it, and I think the board would have the authority to redirect those fees as it chose fit.
Okay, that addresses my concern with that. Do we have an idea of how much these expenses would cost, and you know, how close is it to what the fee would be, and if there's a big divergence, how would the remaining funds be used? And I guess the first question is to the cost. So Assistant Superintendent Barrick, do you have an estimate?
President Coghill, Commissioner Meyer, I am looking, I do have, the team had prepared a summary of the cost, and the cost varies on the number of times it is serviced. So daily versus once a week is much more expensive. And if you give me a minute, I can find that. I recall it being in the neighborhood of about $2,000 a week per unit for daily cleaning, but I want to confirm that.
So, $90-something thousand fee, you know, that would pay for just short of a year. Okay, so I guess that, you know, like, comes close enough. And who knows how long we would need these. I would prefer for something like this to have been brought up beforehand for us to more carefully consider and, you know, vet for any problems that it might cause. But it's also a high priority of mine to assist people who are experiencing homelessness during this time. So I think unless other staff have concerns with this, that I'm inclined to support it.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. We have up here, we have Assistant Superintendent Barrick. Did you have a comment to Commissioner Meyer's?
President Coghill, yeah, I dug up the cost, and a unit that is a bathroom with hand washing, servicing it 7 days a week is $1,650. So I was in the ballpark at 2,000, just to give you that clarification.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent. Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Coghill. I'm excited that this board is contemplating doing this. It's kind of embarrassing that there's not another entity of government that is contemplating doing this. But just for clarification, as I'm reading the resolution, and I think this goes to Commissioner Meyer's question and point too, this is directing staff to use all fees collected to support homeless services during COVID-19. So that would not be exclusive to this site. It would be my expectation as the amendments, as the friendly amendment, that the Stevens Avenue site is getting this support from us, whether it's in the center of the street or if it's on the 28th Street top lot. But there are other areas that there's clearly not enough service that are connected to folks that have no other better place to call home than the parks right now. And so that is available throughout the system as I'm reading it.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner French.
I guess I just want to talk about a little bit about what it's like not that I even experienced anything to be like homeless and unsheltered, but when I was just getting out of school, getting out of college, I didn't have a place to live. And I couldn't imagine not having a place to live right now during COVID. And a lot of the folks who are living outside because the shelters are just not a safe place for them. And the least we could do as an institution is provide places for them to wash their hands or a place for them to go use a bathroom that's safe and sanitary. I think that's the least we can do to provide dignity for certain folks who just don't have the resources to do it for themselves. I don't think that's too much to ask. And so I would encourage folks to either it's this way or figure out a way to provide services for those folks who are unsheltered right now. Thank you, President Combs.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Seeing no other commissioners' hands raised, Commissioner Meyer for the second time.
Thank you. I'm just going to reiterate my comment that I'd appreciate if we would allow chat to be enabled for strict purposes of things like this, so that I could, read what the amendment text looks like. Something.
Point of order. Wouldn't that violate open meeting law?
No, I believe that the content of the chat would be subject to open meeting law. Anyone could use that, but I mean, at most, all you would have to do is submit the content of the chat as a petition to communication.
Thank you.
Councilor Rice, correct me if they want. But the other thing I just wanted to request is that, I think I'm, going to support this tonight, so that we can, quickly provide the funds that are needed. But I hope that the people who have proposed this come back with, more clarification, because we want to make sure that this money is well spent, and these funds could be modified at the next board meeting. So I would encourage them to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner
President Kogel.
Director Arvidsson, yes. Did you have a point?
President Kogel, I hate to interject, but I think I might be lower in your view and you're not seeing my hand being raised. I do have an answer on the question of our rights to 28th Street tot lot. We have historically had a commercial lease with MnDOT since 1969, which has been repeatedly renewed. The commercial lease was really just the right to operate the tot lot and could be terminated by us or by MnDOT at any time. In 2019, that lease was allowed to expire when MnDOT began construction on the 35W project. We do not currently have a lease in place. The intent was that the lease would expire and that we would re-enter a lease with MnDOT under new terms after the conclusion of their construction project.
So,
thank you for that clarification, Director Arvidsson. We have a couple more comments. Commissioner Bourne for the second time.
I don't get to talk.
Oh.
I think Commissioner Musich hasn't spoken at all.
Okay, Commissioner Musich.
Thank you very much, President Kogel. Seeing that it is 10:22 at night, and this was not what was initially on the agenda, and we are talking about reallocating $100,000 from where it would have gone at any time other than right now, and has been that way for many, many, many years, that we are departing from that without a whole lot of transparency to the public about what we're doing. So I would appreciate if we, and had it come back before us with whatever the new resolution is and the specifics around how that money would be directed otherwise, so that it is made clear to the public what we are doing, and so that commissioners have time to think about what it is that we're being proposed at a time when we're not probably all exhausted after having already put in an 8-hour day at our regular jobs. So I'd like to make a motion to table this.
Second.
There has been a motion to...
Call a question.
There has been a motion to wait, there've been two different motions here. There's been a motion to table, and I am voting on, we're asking, and that's not debatable, and so I am going to ask, I'm going to ask the secretary
Thank you.
to take the roll on tabling the motion.
Commissioner Bourne,
No.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
No.
Commissioner Meyer,
No.
Commissioner Hassan,
No.
Commissioner French,
No.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
We can't hear you, Commissioner.
Vice President Vita,
I think that the Vice President may have dropped off.
President Cogill.
Still there.
No.
You have 2 ayes, 6 nays, 1 absent.
The motion to table fails. So we are back to the main resolution with the amendment. Commissioner Bourne for the second time.
Thank you. The members of the public that I care about tonight, right now, are the folks that are sleeping in tents on Stevens Avenue that might have an opportunity to wash their hands tomorrow morning when other bodies of government have denied that for months and months and months. So thank you to staff for coming up with a potential great solution. I am a little bit concerned to hear comments from Commissioner Meyer that this funding may change next week if we were to pass this tonight. I think that there are a number of us that are working on this in good faith and are providing a badly needed easement and are providing some services to some of our most vulnerable members of our community. And to the 28th Street tot lot, I appreciate the technical corrections of the commercial lease versus an easement. That has been a park since before almost everybody on this board was born. And it will continue to be a park as soon as the construction is done. So, I mean, I think it's a park, there's park users, and we have a responsibility to them.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Meyer, I believe you've already spoken twice. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Call.
I don't know. In that case, I'll ask that I'm not seeing any other hands. So I'll ask that we vote now on the resolution with the amendment, and I will ask the secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich, Commissioner Musich, Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
No.
Vice President Vita, Vice President Vita, President Cogill,
Aye.
You have 6 ayes, 1 nay, 2 absent.
Resolution 2020-210 with the amendments carries. Moving on to petitions and communications, I will start with Commissioner Severson.
Pass.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Hassan, not hearing you. Commissioner Bourne,
I'll pass.
Commissioner Forney,
Very quickly, I will share that a longtime employee of the Park Board, Dick Yates, has passed away. He worked for us for 39 years, and I would like acknowledgement of him. He contributed a great deal to our recreational areas, and a real loss, but he was just a real giant and steadfast, like many of our staff, so I feel that they need to be acknowledged. I'd also like to acknowledge Commissioner Musich's birthday tomorrow, and a huge congratulations to staff in particular and our many community partners in being awarded the Trust for Public Lands #1 park system. And it is because of the efforts that we have done in expanding our park system in areas that are underserved. And I think that is just a real huge accomplishment. I thank you all for that work that you've done to make that possible. Thank you so much.
thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner Meyer, Commissioner Musich. Seeing none. Commissioner French,
Also want to mirror the accolade that Commissioner Farney bestowed upon our park staff who received this honor of being the #1 park system in the country. Last year we didn't receive that honor. I was a little disappointed, but this year been a little bit better about it. And this is not because I was out cutting the grass. It's not because I was out greeting folks. It was because our staff are phenomenal, and they're out there being phenomenal staff with our public, making sure everything looks pretty and beautiful, and planting flowers and planting trees. So this is an award not for us electeds, but I think it's a reflection of the staff who go out every day to make sure our parks are the #1 park system in the country. So thank you.
thank you, Commissioner French. I believe that Vice President Vita has lost her connection. And I will just say thank you, everybody, for the meeting and for the innovative solutions. And I just want to congratulate everybody that is listening tonight who is a part of the Park Board, from commissioners to staff to people who just use our parks on another year as the #1 system, which just gives us an elevated stance in the world of park and recreation, to be leaders in all aspects of park and recreation, and to continue to push the envelope on how we create just public spaces for all. So thank you all, and have a great evening. At this time, I will ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
It's been a motion. Is there a second?
A second.
There's a motion and a second to adjourn. Is there any discussion? I don't see any. Will the secretary please take the roll on adjourning?
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich, Commissioner Hassan, Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita, President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 7 ayes, 2 absent.
That carries. We're adjourned. Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Be safe, everybody.